the next thing that needs to be taken care of is Twitch. Because I noticed that Twitch, I think the reason why a lot of people don't watch me on Twitch is because of it says unstable. Okay, it says excellent. That's good. That's good. So people can actually watch it. Alright, let's jump into it. That's fine. I might paint my way through this one. I don't know yet. We'll see. Okay, so
Miles Morales says if it isn't my master.
hello. What's going on here? How are you doing? I might have to paint my way through this one. I'm not totally sure yet.
Miles Morales says your favorite student in the entire Omniverse has returned.
Okay.
Jolliancher says LO teach.
Hello. How are you?
Miles Morales says yeah chat sorry I'm the star pupil.
Hello.
Jolliancher says TBH. Tired. ID sleep but I have an appointment. Jolliancher says but overall I am okay.
That's good.
Miles Morales says burb.
Appointment. Don't know yet. I'll figure that out if I go. Don't know yet. Doing some quick warm-ups and then we're gonna do the B2. We're gonna work on the B2 menu model. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. And this place. Hey, go back. Back. That. 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 Put the leg about here. And put the leg about here. That. 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 Then the leg here. That's the other leg. And then. Yeah, what's good? that. You good? You good? And just let me know if it's too loud. That. So today we're going to do a little bit of sketching and some VT modeling, and then after that we're going to, within the VT model, we're going to do some reactions, and then after the reactions, we're going to move really fast with it, so I don't have to waste time. Okay. His head is kind of weird, so we need to bring that neck here. Here. Down. Zoom in. I haven't drawn vision for a bit. Oh, okay. Hello. Hello. All goes at last. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
The wild artist says I'm doing good. What's new? WW.
Not really much. Not really much. Just doing a quick sketch, and then we're gonna go straight to the YouTube model menu, and then while doing that, we'll be doing a little bit of reactions, and then we're gonna go for piece. I want to get on piece by 5 or 4. I mean 6. I finally started posting more on the gaming channel on TikTok. So if you guys want to go and follow that, you can. I'll be posting most of my gaming stuff over there. All the funny stuff we did over the time. We have over 200 pieces of content. So that's on that site. Yeah, I'll go follow it. It's under the same name. It just has Artextric games. Very original, I know, but it's there. And you can go to YouTube or TikTok. I think I reposted enough on my art account to let you guys know where it is. So, let me see. You're drawing it because it's cool. I gotta head up now. So thank you. I appreciate it. Later. led to the breakup. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's off my track. Yeah. And then what? I know the leg was kind of big, but that's on purpose. Let's clean it up a little bit.
Miles Morales says master.
Yes.
What's that? Nope, never told you that.
Miles Morales says, have you thought about making an anime?
No, I don't have the time. Honestly, I don't have the time for such things. I don't think people will watch anyway. I'll read a web comic if I were to do a one shot. Hello. Alright, now we got that here, and yeah.
Miles Morales says it didn't let me sing. Miles Morales says TikTok stop muting me.
go. That's a better looking head. There we go. The head was looking really weird.
Miles Morales says, do you see this injustice?
And what is that exactly?
Miles Morales says they won't let me speak.
Oh, well, that's China for you. That person has passes. It's a little too big, but we'll figure it out.
Miles Morales says him okay. Miles Morales says mine is Naruto.
Hold on.
Miles Morales says Naruto is my favorite character. Miles Morales says, who do you like to draw, Master?
I don't have anyone specific I like to draw. I just draw anything that I feel like at the time. Am I? Hold on, let me check. Am I? Am I muted? No, I'm not. I don't think. Wait. What the hell? How? Wait. What the?
Miles Morales says, I see.
Huh. Yeah. That was weird. Okay. Go. The chat what? Oh. Chatbot.
Miles Morales says, how has Puppy been doing?
Alright. 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 Doing his best, I can say. That. Hold on. Hold on, like that. I'm gonna make the hair. Go confined within the ear. And then put the hand up back here.
Brightroclose says good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, bro, what's going on, bro? How's life going? Oh, okay. I'm about to finish up, and then we're gonna go do some reactions, and then while we're doing reactions, I'm doing the V2 model. Or at least the menu one for VGen.
Miles Morales says that is good. Brightroclose says pretty okay, thanks for asking.
Also, this is 42! 42! Oh my god, is that 42? Let's go! A old OG!
Miles Morales says Puppy has been a good boy.
Hello, hey 42. How you doing, hun? How you doing? Hey, y'all. 42! So excited to see 42. Guys, this is 42. One of my old mods from way back when. Way before I started Artextric. Oh my god. Hey 42. How you doing, hun? I hope you're doing well. I never thought you was gonna be in my streams, to be honest. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, she's one of my OGs. She's older than like.
Miles Morales says your voice changed.
I guess so. Like she's like my OG. She's OG than even Airy and Bean. My God, that's so long ago. I think like back in. Let's go. Let's go. Embroidery. She's doing art stuff as well. I'm glad to hear that. That is so awesome. I'm so glad that you're here today. I hope you're having an awesome day. I hope your day is going well over there in Europe and stuff. I hope everything's doing well. And keeping safe over there, hun. Been missing ya. I should add her to the roster. I have to do that. We'll see.
Yes.
Miles Morales says sounds like you have a crush, master.
No, she's my old OG. I haven't heard from her like since what? 2013? No, was it 2013? I think it was 2013. No, 2013? Yeah, I think it was 2013. I think. It's been such a long ass time. Holy moly. Well, so glad to have her in the stream. Hope you're doing well, hon. Well.
Miles Morales says dong.
So yeah, so nice to have her in there. I didn't think she was ever gonna be in my streams. Let's see, cause like in my old it was in my old stream, my old account way back when. Kind of abandoned that a long time ago because it was not really making any traction. But I didn't know what I was doing at the time, so like every other new YouTuber, they didn't know what the fuck they was doing. So yeah, that's really cool. I know. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do now. Was it 2016? It was 2016, 2017? Why did I feel it was 2013? So long ago. Holy shit. Was it 2016, 2017? No, yeah, you're right. It was 2016, I believe. Yeah, I think it was around 2016. I was playing a lot of Five Nights back then. I think. It was Five Nights and Hitman. Oh my god. The Hitman days was funny as fuck back in the day. And then I think I was playing Alien Isolation at the time. And Undertale.
Miles Morales says were you a teenager back then?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't. No, I was in my early 20s at the time. I believe. Like, I was in my early 20s, mid 20s, early 20s. Oh no, I got it wrong. I started YouTube in 2013, but I didn't start streaming in like 2015, 2016. And I was playing a bunch of games, random games. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was just playing anything.
Miles Morales says, Master, you're 60 years old now?
No, I'm 30. Oh yeah, and Outlast. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, fucking Outlast. That was not fun. Because I kept on losing playing the hardest on insane mode. So, like, I was in insane mode. That shit was crazy. So, I remember I played a lot of that. And I could not pass a certain level because the fucking game wanted to bullshit me. So, especially like around the time Bubba would just pop up and try to kill me. That shit was crazy. I hate that part. At the far end. It was always at the far end. And then I finally beat the game defeating Billy in the game. That was not fun either.
Miles Morales says, so you're 80 years old, nice.
So, that shit was crazy to me. I don't know. Where do you get that math from? Yeah. Oh, it was like Alien Isolation. I was playing a lot of horror games. But, like, the problem was that I know that 42 jumped ship because she didn't
Miles
like it when I was
Morales says
playing,
I was joking.
when I was playing, what do you call it? Five Nights because it was bringing too many squeakers to the stream. No, I don't like playing it on, I don't like playing it on, the easiest difficulty. And that was not the first time.
Miles Morales says you knew that, right?
Yeah, I knew that. I was not playing on the first time, because it doesn't let you play on Insane on the first time. Just like in Gears, it doesn't let you play on Insane on the first time either. I didn't understand why they did that in Xbox games back in the day. They won't let you play on the hardest difficulty. You have to unlock that shit, and that shit was always stupid. I thought you should just have it right there. Or like, I think PlayStation had something similar. You can play on the hardest difficulty, but once you beat the hardest difficulty, it'll have like a hardest difficulty plus.
Miles Morales says I am in my 20s.
So that shit was crazy. Oh, I gotcha. Because I know she was not really I know he was not really fucking with it when it came to the squeakers, because a lot of squeakers started coming in and started, I won't say causing any trouble, but there was just a bunch of kids, and I was not fucking with that. I was like, eh. So I stopped playing Five Nights because there was just too many kids in that sector, so I was like, nah.
Miles Morales says this is why you are master, because you are older than me.
I thought it was just because of the skill level. That was it. I thought that was the only reason. But okay, just to let everyone know, I'm near done with the sketch, and once the sketch done, we're gonna do reactions. And then after done with reactions, we're gonna go play Peak. So get ready for that. While I'm doing reactions, I'll be focusing on the V2ing model and making the V2ing model for the menu. So that's something that we're all going to witness while I do, what do you call it, reactions. So we're about to be done. I just wanted, actually, I'm not even gonna draw in her face. I'm gonna do a quick shading study real quick, because I wanted to do that. So I'm gonna take a red so we can see a contrast, and then I'm gonna see how that's
Miles Morales says yes, it was.
Oh, okay, I thought so, because I was like, wait, ain't that the reason? Alright, so okay. So if the light is coming from, okay, now how I think I improved is that the light is coming from a particular space, so or at least direction. I'm going to grab this, put this right in the middle so we have it centered like this. Alright. And then I'm going to have an arrow. I think we're going to have it coming from this. Not better yet, we'll have it more interesting. We'll have it come from this direction. I think that's best. It'll be coming from maybe more like this direction. The light source is coming from here. spell that wrong. Light. It's gotta come from this direction. So all the shading will be on, shadows will be on this direction somewhere. So we gotta keep that in mind. Okay, so I'm gonna use a red just to make it a little bit more, you know, contrasty. So we know what we're dealing with.
Miles Morales says, ooh, nice.
So I'm gonna grab my digital pen. I'm gonna put the layer on the bottom. So I'm going to.
Miles Morales says, gonna watch queso.
Okay, you do that like this. I'm going to do like this.
Miles Morales says, see y'all later.
Laters. Now I realized how to make this look a lot more interesting based on the shifting of the planes of the color that I'm adding. So I have to make sure those shifts make sense, like a gradient, and know when the light, where the light starts really hitting, and then the shadows start either fading away or get more stronger.
Yes.
Like this. So I'm going to make this darker. Oop, I don't want that to flip. Like that.
Yes.
Okay. Like that. There we go. We give it more 3D form.
Yes.
Hello. How are you? There we go. And then, because remember, the light's coming from this way, so all the shadows are going to mostly be on the opposite side. But remember, there's some nuances here. Nope, I'm doing a study real quick, and then we're going to go do some VTubing work. Like this. There's like a bell curve that happens here. So I gotta keep that in check. Like that. Now, I'm doing well. I'm gonna make it, but thanks for asking. How about you? I'm gonna put a little more darkness in some areas. Especially like here. And like about here a little bit. Not too much. And mix it in a little bit with that. So it feels a little more natural. Like that. Now, I'm gonna grab this shade, put it right here. And I'm gonna grab some of the more lighter of the shade. Thank you. I'm trying to understand shading, at least color shifting on the planes. Because remember, we're on the light side, so it's not going to be as dark, but it's going to be darker when it's more farther, where it's turning much away from the light source. So you have to keep that in check. Like that. I'm going to erase a little bit of this. So, let me get that in there. Okay. That. Now, to make this a little bit more interesting, we're going to get some bounce light and put it into the shade. I'm going to do that in a second. Grab this. Like that. Okay. Thank you for the likes. I see that there on Instagram. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So just to let you guys know, I'm not only just streaming to YouTube, I'm streaming to YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram and Twitch. For those who don't know. Let me see. That. Yeah. And then let's see this. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now it's too dark there, so we're gonna put more darkness in here because that's where less light's in there. Okay. Alright. Now I'm gonna put some darkness in here. Like that. It shouldn't be that dark. It should be much lighter than that. And as we go, a little bit more darkness. Okay. And then we're gonna put some of that darkness. Yeah. And then I think I was playing a lot of PUBG back then too. I was playing a lot of games back then. When I think of it now, I played a lot of games back then. Holy shit! Now thinking about it. Now I'm going to the coloring needs to be a little bit more
Yes.
unified, so I'm going to a little bit more here and here, right? But it's too much over here, so I need to. Right, so there we go. Okay. Oh, I should see. Oh, you went to Twitch. Hey, thank you, hun. Thank you for it too. Mm. But anyway, tell me what's been going on with you, other than like, has things been positive? I hope so. Okay, that's that. All right. Now I'm going to take some of this white and throw it into the shade here to give it more, I guess, nuance. Like that. And then here as well. And more white. Really? Hopefully it's nothing too problematic you can't handle, and hopefully it can be fixed, or at least be what's the right word? Regulated? Is that the right word? Or managed? There we go. Managed. I think that's the right word. You're regulated to a degree. Hmm. Okay. I think there needs to be some more darker areas. I don't think there's enough dark areas. I want to make it a little bit more. That's good. Yeah, I find something that keeps you sane, right? I have no problem with that. Life, life is weird, but like I understand. hopefully whatever else is causing trouble, other than... Ooh! Hollow Knight! Hollow Knight, let's go! Oh man, I remember I used to play a lot of that too, my god. Hollow Knight, huh? You should show your stuff off on... You should show your stuff on social media. If you're selling them, that is. If you're not, then that's one thing. A lot of people make a fan based on that. Hey bro, nice keep doing. Greetings from Brazil. Hello, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Hey No, what's going on? How life's going? I hope you're having an awesome day. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's okay. Pretty good, but I don't think it's good enough yet. But we're getting there. All right, so I'm gonna walk away from this. How many people are watching? 9. Okay. Okay. So what? So what you need to do? I gotta turn that off. That shit is annoying. What I need to do? What you need to do is this. You need to. I know you don't want to sell, and that's fine. But if you want to build on if you choose to, I'm saying, if you choose to build on a fan base by any chance, I would suggest for you to. Just show off your work, but don't sell. You can build a fan base for that because people will want your stuff, but you can just start off small and just show off your stuff on TikTok, or I'll say YouTube Shorts since TikTok is gonna be probably out the window at that point. But like I'll show my stuff on YouTube and just show it off. That's it, and then see where it goes. And if a lot of people really like it, you don't have to sell anything. They'll just support you based on views alone. That's something you want to do, or start a Patreon, or whatever case may be, so you can have people support you to keep making what you like, or you can. No, that's pretty much it for now. Since you don't want to sell, I think that's something you should try. Yeah, I don't see no problem. Especially, and the best thing is you don't have to worry about like 10, 15 different platforms. I would just stick on one for now and see how it goes. Just stick on just YouTube. I think would be best. Clip Studio Paint. It's Clip Studio Paint. Nice sketch, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. That.
Brightroclose says Clip Studio Paint.
Yep. Like that. Put the arms about there. Put our hands about here. Okay. And then over like that. That is about here. Okay. And then have it like this. Okay, the stomach's a little off, but we're gonna fix that. Push this in. Keep this out. Okay, just like that. There we go. I gotta change the song. I know it's playing on repeat. I was supposed to change it, but I got so lazy to do it. I'll change it, don't worry. I sketch the chick, bro. Keep it coming. No problem. Okay, so as I'm like this, parked up like that. And then this. And then hello Tofu, what's going on? How's life going? Like that. And then nope, put the other hand about here. Yep. Oh my god, I need to turn that shit off. That shit is so annoying. What tablets do you use? The XE Pen E20, E20, I think? Still a brand new tablet to me. I can't remember its name. Clean up the arm a little bit. Up here. Get rid of the bottom of the legs for now. Get rid of these legs. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to wrap this right about here. About there. Alright, bro, I'll do my research now that I got the name. Yeah, no problem. XE Pen E20, I believe, if I remember right. Hello. How are you? Actually, you don't have to go look for it. You can just go on my link. It's there for the Amazon. You can check it there if you want. It's in my link in the bio. If you're watching from Instagram. It's literally in my bio. It's in the link. It's in the link tree. But, you know, I think everyone has a link tree at this point. Okay. Like this. Like that. And then what I'll do is, oop, this. Let's put some shit on that. And then like that. Okay. And then okay. Put a little shade on that. Oh, shade sketch hatching on that. Like that. There we go. Make sure the love handle is there. Don't want to ignore the love handles. Yeah. That. And then like that. Fix the arm. Like that. Oh. Okay. Oh. And then all I have to do, turn this down, get a red, put on number 4, zoom in, oop, push this back a little bit, oh, too skinny. Like that. Okay. And then curve it like that. Okay, and then like that. Touch. No. Touch. Looking pretty good. Go. Okay. One, two. Okay. And then one like this. Okay. And then we're going to put in, hopefully, let's hope. Let's hope. Let's hope. All right. The neck is going to be about. Oh, not neck. The collarbone. There we go. I just put that in there, like that. A little lower. There we go. I don't know where that is. The neck is going to be. Now, I was gonna put her in a leggings, but I think I just gotta put on this skirt instead. I'm not totally sure yet. Like that for now. And then hopefully. Oh, I think I put a little bit too much in position. Yeah. I will erase this part. Yeah. Okay. What about about there. So I'm just gonna poke out a little bit. Oop, not that way. Eh. Okay. I'll come back in a second. I don't want to waste too much time on that. So it's going here. Oops. Now I'm not going to. Let me see if I can get away with this. I'm not going to draw in the seams. I'm going to probably paint them in. Oops. Let's just go up here. There we go. And then here's this part and this part. So I know where that begins and ends. Now the shoulder has to be. Hey, stop it. Right up here. So I think mainly what I'm gonna do is just see where this goes, put a little shading, and then call it a day because I don't want to put too much emphasis on this because whenever I'm doing studies, I don't like to go all out like I'm doing a artwork commission or anything like that. I think that's a waste of time. Um, I think it should be focused on whatever the practice should be about. Like if I'm doing heads, we just stick only to heads. We don't try to draw like a whole body with a head. I think that's how you improve by focusing. No, that's fine. That's fine. No, yeah, no, you should ask some questions. Just say, because that's how I usually work. Because that's I think the best way to improve is just to focus on what is plaguing the issue at hand, like what's causing the disconnect of whatever you're trying to, achieve. And if you focus on just that, you're not going to have too much of a problem. But if you try to make it like go at it all at once, it's going to cause issues and it's going to make the process much longer than it should. But that's just me. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. It's just to. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I can make this more bulged out, but no, that looks kind of ridiculous. Maybe if I redraw that. Yeah, like that's a little bit better, not so bulged. Because it doesn't feel like, no, still doesn't look good. I'll put it back to normal. I'll put it back normal for now. Now her upper half is a little too wide, and I think that's where that problem comes in a little bit. Our upper half shouldn't be that wide. It should be more narrow compared to our bottom half. So I have to push this more. I have to fix this part here. There we go. And then push this in. Push this in. Push this in. Okay. Make the lower half more wide. Oh, a little bit better. Now I gotta clean it up. Push this in. Okay. What we can do is grab this lower half even more and just make it a bit bigger like this. Push this in. Yes. always the adjusting part that's always sometimes annoying to deal with. Make sure everything is, try to keep everything anatomically correct to a degree. Oops. Okay. Nothing's going on with this one. Okay. Now, I'll clean her up in a little bit, but let's get to the eyes, because I never got to that part. Stylize the eyes. Okay. That.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you for follow. I appreciate it. Over there on TikTok. Okay. Okay. And reverse this part. Okay. I hit past the left sometimes. There we go. Okay. And then we got off. Okay. Now let's stylize this eye a little more better. More convincing. Okay. I'm going to push this up like this. Oh my god, stop. Okay. So, okay. It's still working? Yeah, I think it's still working. Slide back. Why? Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, guys. 1 second. Settings. It's all of them. Cast labs always have some issues. Hold on. Oh, that works. Okay. go. But the eyes are way too big, so we will have to fix that. But we will get to that in a second. Just want to move it down a little bit, have it a little bit more level. Like that. Okay, cool. Right, so I'm going to grab this eye. Hold on, guys. Disconnect, Trovo, Twitch. Okay, those are the ones that are actually connected. Wait, this. Oh, that's connected. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I can probably hear you guys now. I don't know. Not this part. Okay. We're good. Okay. And then I grab the eye again. Revive our voice of reason. So let's back up a little bit. Not bad. And then we're gonna draw the other eye. Hey Bob, what's going on, bro? Right. Yes. There we go. Now clean up the face. Hello. They are young, harder, harder, Oh, there we go.
The wild artist says, "Hi, I'm back."
Okay, what's up? Hello.
Yes, I agree.
Bourbon Sauce says, is that Fern?
Who? No, I'm not drawing no one. I don't do fan arts unless I'm doing my event. I don't like doing fan arts. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Hello. Yep. You guys just don't go to my YouTube when I tell you guys to. Actually, I made a shorts on a. I made one on a shorts, and I made one on TikTok. Um, on TikTok as well. Okay. I want to see something, and then we can go move on from this, because this is supposed to be a study, not a. Okay. Actually, you can just type it right there on YouTube, on TikTok if you're still there. On TikTok? Yeah, on TikTok. Okay. Or maybe I should go super dark. Actually, yeah, I think, okay, so I'm gonna take a soft brush, yeah, and then like this, take the, Yeah, it's the brush I made. I think everyone should just make their own brush. I think it helps. It gives it more of a... I like it because it gives like planes to everything. Like a geometric look. Like that. Like that. Okay. Oh! Okay, like that. And then put one here. Okay, be good. Now, this is where I kind of mess up, because when I want to render everything, it just doesn't come up the way I want it. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing.
Yes, I agree.
Hello. Hey, what's up? Sonic, what's going on? I'm doing a study trying to make this look convincing and rendering. Now, what I'm going to do, I probably might blend some parts in. So I'm going to take the blend tool. Okay. Yeah. Let's get this right.
Yes, I agree.
hell? Alright. Fuck. Okay. That's not. We do not even. Maybe very small one. Hey, thank you. Oh, we're just gonna cook. Yes. Yes, she said, yeah, long time no see. Hey, wait, what's going on? Okay for a bit. Okay, that's fine. I'm about to finish up, and we're gonna go and do some reactions. I think we only got 3 reactions to do, and then we're gonna. Oh, Bri, are you there? Can you check if Mike is available? Hello. I hope you're having. I hope you're doing well. Wait. No, actually. Hello. Oh, Easy, what's going on? No, I don't know what that is. Unless I probably do, but don't recognize the name. I probably know what you're talking about, but I probably don't recognize the name. For some odd reason. Oh my god, I need to turn that shit off. That shit is annoying. Ah, okay. Wait, why does that name do sound familiar though? Okay, I'm gonna stop it from here. We're gonna go and do the VTubing thing with reactions because if I go any more further, we're not gonna have time to play the game. So I'm gonna hold this off for next time, and maybe we'll have something better for next time. But let's get to the VTubing model for the menu. Let me see here. So how many people are watching? 10. So you just sent me something. Okay. Let me see. Gotta. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna give you guys an option on TikTok. Do you want me to stream the TikTok stream the way it is now, or do you want me to stream it on the desktop? That's my question to y'all. You guys can vote on that. Do you want to watch the reactions on the computer where it's much easier to see, or you would rather watch it through the mobile phone how you have it right now? And that's up to y'all. If no, you. Alright. Okay. So I'm going to. What? How many people are streaming? That's 3 different places. Uh, Screw it. No, do it this way. Do it 2 different ways. How can I do this? Maybe I can do this in 2 ways. Okay. So what I'll do is turn this off, turn this on, move this out of the way. Yeah. Okay. And then get the display here. About there. Okay. I think about up there is fine. And flip this bitch. I don't know why I don't ever flip it. Okay, transform, horizontal. There you go. All right. So, yeah. We're gonna do the reactions as I'm working on this VTubing model for the menu. Um, because okay, so just to be clear, let me see. Can I get away with doing this? I don't think I'll have any glitches if I put it on. I don't think so. 7 people. How many people are in here technically? Technically 6 if I don't count. Okay. Alright, let's go with this for right now, and then if it doesn't really like pan out, we'll switch to the other time. Alright, so for those who don't know what's going on, we're going to do some reactions, and within those reactions, I'm not doing any studies right now. We can hold that later. So today's reaction, we're gonna do about a total of like probably like 3 or 4 maybe, depending. But today's reaction is from Jamari. Some of you have seen me react to his stuff before. And it says here, Little Tay situation is getting disturbing. So if those of you don't remember, Little Tay was that girl back in, let me see, 2016, I think. And in 2016, she was saying, I think 2016 or 2015 or 2017. I think it was 2017. She was flexing on the internet saying that she has big houses, cars, jewelry, blah, blah, blah. And she was just acting real, like, bougie as hell with profanity and stuff, for those who don't remember. I know she's much older now. I think she's in her 20s, I believe, if I remember right. But, she's much older. So, as I work on the VTubing model, you guys will hear my opinion and the video at the same time. Now, I'm going to play it normally through YouTube and TikTok and Kick, and then when I make an opinion, I'll pause it and make my statement. So, this is how it's going to go.
Always been a mystery online. For those of you who don't remember, back in 2016 to 2018, there was this little girl dubbed Little Tay who went viral after she made countless videos flexing cars, money, and designer items.
You already know what it is. Lil Tay, the youngest flex of the century. I'm only 9 years old, but I'm richer than all y'all broke haters. This female kitchen is bigger than your whole entire living room, and I got 4 more houses. This costs more to your rent. My toilet costs more to your rent. Everything in my bathroom costs more to your rent. And see, this is my closet. Everything here be designer. Gucci, Louis, Versace.
Now, eventually it would leak that someone was essentially coaching her behind.
I don't know who thought this was a smart idea to do this. Like, actually thought this was like, I know it was the brother's idea, I believe. But it's very weird how the parents did not stop this in the slightest. But I don't know. Maybe because it got so viral, they said, "Well, fuck it, we'll just leave it to see where it goes" or something. That's horrible.
Behind the scenes to say and do these outlandish things.
Bro, wait. Go back and say like, no, you broke ass bitch.
Lil Tay be popping on YouTube right now.
No. Redo. You need to be like more ignorant. You have to be like, ooh,
More ignorant.
Lil Tay out here.
You still irrelevant, like I said last time.
Apparently, she's making the rounds on the internet right now. Again, I don't know what's going on, but it's wild. And this was literally posted 23 hours ago, so this is fresh off the cuff. So this is some new shit about Little Tay. I don't know how I feel about this in the slightest, to be honest with you.
Everyone saw behind the curtain, and the girl more or less disappeared after her mother, father, and brother started catching a lot of flack from people saying this was a form of abuse. Personally, I think that her brother was the one behind the persona, but it's kind of a mute point at this time. Then 2 years ago in 2023, she would return once again with another attempt to garner clout, where she and her brother literally faked their own deaths to try and create some buzz around the Little Tay brand.
The teen rapper, whose real name is Claire Hope and who rose to fame online in 2018.
Bro, she's a rapper? Bro, she's a rapper? I didn't know she was a rapper. She made a song? Wait, hold up. Wait, are you fucking? Wait, I got what? Hold on. No. Holy shit, she does have a song. Oh shit, she does have music. What is this?
Yes.
What the fuck? Hold on. What is this? Bro, what the fuck is this? Wait, I gotta show this off. Hold up. What is this?
Yes.
This is crazy. What the fuck? Apparently, Lil Tay not only makes music, but like, I'm not gonna play the whole thing because copyright. But like, I'm just gonna show you guys like 10 seconds.
Yes.
What the hell? I thought they said rapper. It's not really rapping. If anything, is singing.
Yes.
What? Bro, what? What is happening? What is happening? Bro, this is crazy. I don't know how I feel about any of this. I don't know how I feel about any of this, bro. Like, in a strange way, I feel weird watching this. No, I'm done. I'm good. I'm good.
Brightroclos says nah.
Nah, I can't. It's just, I know she's in her 20s. I believe she's in her 20s. I think she's like 22, 23, probably 21. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see. Is that type of situation? Okay, okay. I, I, uh, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about any of that. I don't know how I feel about any of that at all. That's just kind of weird to me. I don't know. It's just weird. It's straight up weird. Okay. So let's get back to the story. What worst thing is Little Tay has put herself in at the time of this? So
has passed away.
Once this was outed as a hoax where they said they got hacked apparently, she would then return to her flexing, shit-talking ways.
5 years and y'all still broke. The GOAT is back. 5 years and I'm still the youngest one out. Yo hating ass bitches were hating on me when I was 9 years old, talking all this shit when you don't fucking know me. So stop fucking talking. You did not come up. You had 5 years to come up and you didn't.
She also spent time saying how her dad was a horrible person, that he was allegedly posting man looking for woman ads on Craigslist, feeding her a diabolical diet, making her wear undersized clothing, and that basically both he and his girlfriend needed to be investigated by CPS due to her horrible living conditions. And I guess that was her explanation as to where she had been. Other than that, she was still chasing clout, dropping bullshit music, and with these latest antics, it really just shows the disgusting nature of our current society. And though these tweets have now been deleted because they were against Twitter's TOS, I did screen grab them because I knew they were going to be important in the future. And so this entire situation kind of came across my radar when I saw this tweet. If this post gets 10k likes, I'll seriously consider making the OF. And I'm sure a lot of you in your head right now were thinking, well, how old is little Tay? It seemed like just a couple years ago she was a very small.
I think she was. No, she said she was 9. 9.
Yes.
How? What age? What age was she? I think she said 9, right? And I think she popped up in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 25. That was like 8 years ago. So she's in her early 20s.
Girl. Well, as it turns out, time does fly, and this was actually posted 6 days before her 18th birthday. It seems like she's essentially been planning on having a very similar rollout as the Catch Me Outside Bad Barbie girl, who was also teasing a pay-for-play link on the days leading up to when she would be legal age to do that.
You recently started an OnlyFans account, correct? Is it true you made over $1 million in your first 6 hours?
Yes.
This was also her
Are you
bio
fucking
this time
serious?
when she said, should I drop the link on my
I think OF only works for people who are already established celebrities. I do not think it works for the average woman. I honestly, I'm at that point where OF is literally for established creators, but established people who already have a cult following. I think that only works. Well, people. I guess you can say both men and women, but usually women. I'm focusing on most. But like that's I don't know.
Bourbon Sauce says, I remember when people called my phone number thinking I was the Catch Me Outside girl.
They got your phone number? What the fuck? What? Wait, what? What? That is what? Wait, what? I am so what? You got me saying a bunch of what? What the what? I don't know. That's a weird one.
Bright Glows says, huh.
What?
Bourbon Sauce says, nah, I think people somehow got my number mixed up with hers.
I feel bad for you, but yet that is funny as shit. Oh, 42. If you don't know what's going on, we're doing reactions right now.
Bourbon Sauce says, I ended up getting a bunch of calls back then.
It's what we do every Tuesday or so. So if it's something it's for you, it is. I'm still doing artwork. You probably can see the artwork on the side, but we put mainly the reactions on the side to give my opinion while I do artwork. So if that's something that interests you, that's what we're doing now. We're talking about Little Tay. I don't know if you know of this person at all, because I know you live in Europe. So like, I don't know if you've heard this person outside of Europe, but this is an individual back, I think, in 2017 who was who was 9 years old at the time, saying she has. Yeah, so she's a girl who was 9 years old at the time who was saying that she has a bunch of cars and big houses and all luxury lavish type stuff, and she was like shoving in people's faces at 9 with a bravado of like a rapper. And her brother and family was coaxing her to say these things for internet clout for whatever reason, which is strange because both, I think, the parents was pretty well loaded. I think one was a real estate person, and I think the other one was some form of like stocks individual, I believe. I don't remember, but the brother coaxed her to say all these insane things, saying like she's talking like she's a rapper. She's not rapping, but she's pushing the idea that she has a very lavish lifestyle and no one else can like reach that level at the age of 9 or something. So she got a lot of flack for it, and now the family got a lot of flack for it. Now she's been through a bunch of drama and issues where they made a bunch of hoaxes and stuff about she passing away, saying that it was hacked, everything under the sun. I think she is now in her early 20s, I believe, because I think she said she was 9 when she made that video, and that was like 8 years ago. So I think she's probably 18 to early 20s. So, and it was just stated that she said she's gonna make an OnlyFans OF account, which is weird because like I think every celebrity and celebrity has one, so it's not like original. But then again, they make crazy money on that, so I don't know. So, oh my god, I'm gonna turn that off.
18th birthday, June 29th. Then she got even bolder with her messaging, sharing a photo that I'm going to have to censor of Sabrina Carpenter posing nude on a Rolling Stone magazine. And she's once again asking, should I remake this on my OF if I make one on July 29th? And so she would pretty much continue with her ad campaign.
So it's my 18th birthday on July 29th, and every male has been counting down to it and literally telling me to drop the link the second I turn 18. Girlies, what do you think? Should I do it?
I mean, I won't lie to you guys. Anyone who was counting down to this, like they had a little timer set on their phone, needs to be investigated by the FBI. She would then run a
He's not wrong. I don't know anyone who's just sitting there waiting for a specific person to hit a certain age just to see them do a specific thing. That is very weird and strange. I don't know what's the point of that, but you know.
Poll asking this same question, and 2/3 of the people said don't drop that link, don't ruin the rest of your life. Because honestly, once you go down that path, people are just going to look at you in a certain way. It's going to be very hard to get respect in other realms of your life. Just ask someone like Mia Khalifa, who spent, I believe, only a couple of months in the corn industry, and she's noted multiple times how it completely destroyed her from a mental standpoint.
This bitch has made so many hot takes. It is insane. She has said some insane shit.
Yes.
And because she's somewhat decent in the face, which I don't think she's that pretty, she's on the same pretty level as that of what's her name? Pokimane. I don't know why men find Pokimane that attractive. She's conventionally attractive, but she's not that attractive where I'll throw my life away. That is crazy to me. She's not bad looking and she's not ugly. She's just, you know, normal. So I don't see the point of that insane wanting to watch Pokimane or this chick. This woman has destroyed her life on so many levels. It's not even fun. You can't take the shit she says seriously in the slightest.
And also really limited.
Brightroclose says it's because she has that girl next door look.
Shit that has no correlation.
Oh yes, the
so
glasses.
I'm mature enough to get death threats at 9, but not mature enough to launch an OF at 18. And this whole behavior would actually get her account suspended for around a week. But on Elon's Twitter, nothing is really forever, so she would find her way back to all the sick fucks. She would follow this up by saying, I'm 18 now, where are all the pay pigs?
Brightroclose says I was talking about Pokey.
Because for years she was out here calling everyone broke, saying that they needed to get like her and get their bag up. And then the very second that she turns 18, the very second that she's eligible to do this shit, she's taking that dirty money, baby.
You already know what the going on. Lil Tay's dropping the youngest link of the century. Mark your calendars tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. And nobody, including my family, including the grown-ass haters, is gonna stop me. You know why? Lil Tay rich and finna get richer, bitch!
I know for a fact that her life is going to be a mounds of hell when she gets to a certain age. And I mean, she's not there yet. She's still young. She can probably bounce back from this and save this problem. But if the more she goes down this path, it's going to end out bad. But they don't see it that way, because when you're young and dumb.
And I just have the feeling that no one in her life is actually trying to stop her from doing this. But I would say that most sensible people would not suggest making this type of life-altering decision the very second that you can. Especially where she has other, like, modern-day avenues such as streaming where she can still make money. And I actually have the feeling that her loser brother is still the one behind.
That's the thing I don't understand. Why even, if you're that famous to the point that everyone knows your name, people are counting down till you get an OF. It's best not to get an OF. Just do streaming, do Twitch, do live, like do IRL streaming. You can do a bunch of avenues. You don't have to go OF. I don't understand that logic. I know it's another form of, I guess, income, but it's not needed. You can make millions of dollars just with your name alone by making a TikTok video. She can make a minute-long TikTok video talking about the same shit she's been saying and make like crazy bank just with her name alone. I don't see the point of making an OF and ruining your like overall image on that. Like your image is already kind of tainted. Why make it even worse? It doesn't make any sense.
Behind this entire fiasco, just look at what he said. This was apparently during one of her.
I'm not even gonna be surprised if this bitch was into crypto in some form, some shape or form. She'd start doing like a crypto rug pull thing. I can see that happening.
Instagram live streams. And keep in mind, guys, this shit is just all for promo.
Why are you on live and telling people you're gonna drop a fucking link?
So I'm just gonna disappoint everybody that's been waiting since 2023 and even 2018 by not.
Bro, what in the?
She really said everyone who's been waiting since
2018?
which
What
was,
the
if I'm
hell?
doing the math correctly, 7 years ago. You know, when she was 11 years old.
11?
I don't
Oh,
know,
she
I
was
just
11.
can't help but lose a little bit more faith in humanity as the days go by.
Bro, what in the Americanized capitalistic shit is
Yes.
this? What? Everything is about the bag.
You're just mad that you're broke. You're mad that no agency came to you for your 18th birthday and said, hey, we'll give you 30 to 40 mil to drop a link. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, that's some capping ass bullshit. No one offered her $40 million to drop a link. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if her sick fuck of a brother wasn't the one recording the content.
That's a flex. That's a flex. It's not.
I think 30
Getting good
M's
grades,
is a flex.
contributing something to society.
I get good grades from
Yo,
school.
get off. Yo.
Are you dead ass?
Bro, get the.
Are we dead ass? The link is dropping whether you want it or not.
Get off alive.
She then would go on to say, I did it, link in bio, all content shot at 12:01 on my 18th birthday. And then she posts this picture where she's wearing this shirt that says corn star in training. I mean, I guess I just don't really see
We are
why
so
some people,
fucked.
like, get off.
Yo, we are so cooked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked at the point where young girls can look at this and say, yeah, I want to be that. That is so sad. Like, just shit, even 7 years ago, if she were to wear that shirt, or any girl was to wear that shirt at that age, saying this shit, that would have been, that was, that, oh, bro, that's, we are fucked. That is so, boy, I tell you something. What was that, what was that Bible, story about? What was it called? Fuck. Oh my god, I forgot what was that Bible story where they destroyed the entire city because people was extremely sinful and got worse.
On this type of thing. Like, they want to see the girl's birth certificate to make sure they can goon to her the second she turns 18. They want the fucking hospital records. And I'm telling you guys, this shit is just so PDF coded, where she says, freshly 18, please don't tell my mom. My 18th birthday exclusive shots at 12:01, only available for 24 hours. And it's just one of those things where I don't care if it's technically legal. This is just a disgusting thing for not only her to do, but obviously for everyone who goes and subscribes to this or looks forward to this type of thing. To me, it's like you were just so unbelievably down bad, and you need to end up on some sort of list because you're just playing on such a slippery slope. But apparently, guys, I'm the crazy one because she says
there
she
you go.
made $1 million
Sodom.
in 3 fucking hours.
That was it. Sodom and Gomorrah. I noticed this, the more that things keep getting worse, it just turns in Sodom and Gomorrah. There you go. Kind of like, I think that's the same, I think that was paralleled. I think that whole metaphor was used also in what do you call it? I think that was the same metaphor that was used in Devilman Crybaby, where all the humans started turning into devils and just started wiping each other out because of their sinful ways. It got worse and worse and worse and worse. There was no humans left because all the demons, either the humans was killed by demons or the humans turned into demons out of nowhere because of their insane ways. That's what it feels like to me as time goes by. Like, I mentioned this before.
Brightroclos says metaphorically devils.
Yeah, devils or demons, or I think they use just devils. But like, it feels that way. Like, it's getting to a point where like young people are too exposed. Like, yeah, like it's like they're too exposed to too much. It's getting too bad. Scorched earth policy because of Wiccans. But yeah, it's I don't know. This is bad.
$1 million, Lil Tay just broke the fuck out of OF. And it's just so funny to me that this has now become something to, like, be proud of. There's, like, a sense of accomplishment. And in the modern day, there's also this sense, like, oh, if it's making money, it's okay. Look, she made $1 million.
Yeah, that's where the problem comes in. When the individual makes more money than was even expected for them to make, it makes it okay. I think this comes along with the same thing with streaming. So, like, when people was playing video games, like, 8-10 years ago, and they was making money, like, they would call them either lazy or everything under the sun because it was not a conventional job in their head, but it was nothing illegal. But now it's such a normalized thing. Everyone has a gaming channel. Like, having a gaming channel is not enough for you to get by. You need like 3 other channels to show other things that you do to make up the gaming channel. A gaming channel is not in this time now, in this era, having a gaming channel is not good enough unless you're super funny, super original, or just you have perfect timing, comedic timing, or just you're very good at a game that is almost like inhuman, right? You have to be like that good. You have to be insanely funny or insanely like good at a game. And it has to be like a Fortnite game or something. And that's here or there, nor there, but like it is what it is. It's not good enough to do that in like this era. That could have worked back in 2016, 2017, 2018, shit, 2014, 2013, but now, nah. You have to be exceptionally funny. And I noticed that every streamer that used to play video games have now diverged from video games and went to IRL streaming because they figured it's more fun or at least more um valuable to have because every stream is never going to be the same, right? But you can have an idea how everything's going to pan out when you watch someone play Fortnite after a while, right? It's going to get repetitive eventually, especially if the person either wins a lot or they're just trying to be funny, right? So, like, this is where this issue comes in where having a gaming channel is just not enough. You have to have a gaming channel alongside, like, something else you do. Maybe you do vlogs, maybe you do art, maybe you do, I don't know, commentary on, like, movies, video games, or something like that. You need to have like 3 or 4 different channels just to get by to be a YouTuber or at least make a decent enough wage to do what you're doing per se. Now, I'm not saying that you don't need a gaming channel. You really don't. You can just work with something different. But if you're going to be a gaming channel, please understand that you're going to be in such a saturated market to the point that you're not going to see any to no views. The only way to actually blow up on a gaming channel other than being funny or being good, yeah, it's changed so much. Now like now today, I don't know if you guys have noticed on TikTok, now today for you to blow up on TikTok, you need to post, people have been saying 25 times a day if you want to blow up instantly on TikTok. It's not going to take enough for just one video. You need to post 25 times a day or so. Or you can also post like 5 times a day. That works. But then again, 25, people are saying insane numbers to post just to get people to get where they need to be. So it's getting to a point where it's getting kind of ridiculous. And things are so different. If you took that same strategy and placed that back in like pretty 2016, 2017, 2018, you probably would have been like, I am speed. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. Anyone who's at the it is on a table. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's what they're saying, and that's like almost insane. I think if you're posting like 2-3 times a day, that's sustainable, but it depends on what your medium is. So if you're an artist, you have to make 3 different pieces of art that is like, or some type of art video, or at least an animation video, something down the line that is like a couple seconds for you just to keep up with that. But if you're doing something like commentary type stuff, that takes like literally 5 minutes to make 3 videos out of. Like, I'm not even kidding. So it is what it is. So that's a horrible thing that social media has gone to a point where it's super competitive that it's almost pointless to do this shit. Almost, not completely, but almost. So
in a way, they can't even pay their bills, they don't even have a place to live, they can barely afford the groceries, and then she just has life on easy mode. And then she finally shares all the money she made in apparently 3 hours. And she shares these alleged numbers where she got around $500,000 from personal messages, $26,000 in tips, and $500,000 in subscriptions, totaling to over $1 million in the first 3 hours. So yeah, it's
what?
essentially just the same thing that we saw with
Bro, what? Go back. How much? How much?
on easy mode. And then she finally shares all the money she made in apparently 3 hours.
All the money she made in 3 hours?
And she shares these.
Holy shit! She got $500,000 within 3 minutes of subscriptions. 3 hours of subscriptions. Messages 486. Oh, you pay for messaging? What? Bro, you men are down bad. Fuck y'all. I hate y'all men. I'm dead serious. I'm not even playing. You men are paying to message this woman.
Bright Glows says lol.
Bro! Are you serious? You guys are paying? Oh my god, dude. Bro, that's nearly $500,000. $486,558.11 of messages. So they're paying to message this woman. DMs. Oh my god. She has $26,736.19 in tips. So that's donations. I think that's donations. Wait, there's tips and there's stream tips. What's the difference? I guess it's just tips in general and then when she's streaming, I guess. I think that's the difference. Wow, what the fuck?
Alleged numbers where she got around $500,000 from personal messages, $26,000 in tips, and $500,000 in subscriptions, totaling to over $1 million in the first 3 hours. So yeah,
first 3 hours, bro. My god. Bro, what do you do? What? Right? There's people who are like starting out on my god.
We saw with Bad Baby a couple years back. I do think that she was even more successful in her 18th birthday OF venture. And while I'm sure some of you will disagree with me, I don't know, something about this just feels like slimy as fuck to me. It feels disgusting. And it's just crazy to see the now effects of someone who was exploited in their early childhood and taught all these bad lessons about life and money and flexing on people and looking down on others, has now chose to in turn exploit herself the very first chance that she gets.
Wow,
I also
the irony.
don't think that social platforms should be okay with hosting this type of message, especially if someone's trying to do this thing when they're still like 17 years old. I don't get why you would allow them to promote themselves in that way on your platform, because a lot of these tweets, they aren't going viral because people are actually sharing them. They're going viral because the new Twitter algorithm literally just chooses to put them on people's profile. All of these have like millions upon millions of impressions. I don't know, I just hope that none of y'all out there are subscribing to this type of shit. I mean, to me, it's like one of those things, like, you never have a second thought as you're entering your credit card, debit card information. You never have, like, post-nut clarity and think, wow, I need to reassess my life. Why am I paying
Post-nut clarity.
It's getting weird out here.
Post-nut clarity. I never heard that one before. Post-nut clarity.
Guys, but thanks for watching. Let me know what y'all's opinions are down below. Thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing, but y'all know it's been your boy the Tan Superman and some other weird, nasty shit out here needs to be governed. So I'm out.
Oh god.
Peace.
Bro said post-nuts clarity. Oh god. Just say it's being extremely down bad and coming back to Earth knowing that you sinned. Let's put it that way. Okay, so that was the little Tay situation. I don't know if I'm gonna post this at all, but it is what it is. That's crazy. Hold on.
Today's video, we're gonna be...
Okay, collector's shout hits the panic button and deleted evidence. Okay, we can save that one.
It's insane.
Not that one.
All right,
hold on. Let me see censors and says men want
cover this.
Okay, let's find something a little bit more fun. I'll do like one more Jamari video because I do like his videos. I find his videos really funny, like entertaining on how he delivers his videos. I'm saying. So hold on, let me find something that Jamari has done, and then we'll do the anime stuff. We'll find some anime videos. Let me see. Flop crash out.
So it has been a...
Who? Shushi, I don't know what that is. Okay, so this is another video from Jabari. Or Jamari, I think it's Jamari, not Jabari. I had a classmate with that name. Jabari. You can tell he plays ball. So right here it says in this video, it says the deserved downfall of Bobby, what's her name? Alhoff? The deserved downfall of Bobby Alhoff. I've seen this chick once, I think we all seen her at least one time, and there was a video of her having a weird, very strange discussion and argument with a rapper. I forgot the female rapper who was her name is, and she's saying that she was a she said she was a a uh a musician, and the woman kept on saying that
Bright Real
she's
Close
not.
says Drake, I think.
Yeah, she had the Drake interview. I think she had a Drake interview, and for some weird reason, they was arguing with this woman who was a female rapper, and she kept on saying she's not a musician. And I think she was confused on that the word musician. She thought it was magician when she kept on saying is musician, someone who makes music. And she kept on arguing with her. It was the weirdest, strangest interview I've ever seen. I think it was like what 30 seconds long. It was funny, but it was very off-putting. I don't know what the fuck was happening. So let's see where this goes. And see what this goes.
A while since we last talked about Bobby Althoff. Bobby obviously hit it big online with her parody of mommy blogger TikTok content.
Yes, I did name my daughter Richard. I just always really loved the name Richard, and I wanted a boy, but I had a girl, and I decided to name her Richard anyway.
Wow, that is fucking stupid, but okay.
There is nothing more embarrassing than walking around with one of these. Everyone knows how it got there. They know what you did.
So she was running it up over there, amassing a couple million followers, getting millions of plays per video, and making a couple of $100,000 per year.
I was making around like $250 to $300 a year.
Thousand.
Yeah.
From brand
deals on TikTok,
Wow.
and 250
No,
is
it's
great
not.
and all, but it's hard to come up with content with just me every day.
$250,000 a
Yeah.
year.
Not even that it's embarrassing. It's kind of like people kind of like get excited. So I don't know where she says that's embarrassing. Most people get happy. That too. That's probably it. You're not wrong. That's probably it. The way she probably lived her life is why it's embarrassing, not because she has the baby. That's where the problem comes in.
Whereas an annual
You're right.
income is great and all.
Yes.
It is great.
It is
It's
great.
And this is where she claims that she parlayed that fame into her podcast fame.
Hi guys, welcome to the Really Good Podcast with your host Bobby Althoff.
And from episode 1, people suspected that she was an industry plant, mainly because she was immediately in bed with the 69 God, and was shortly after showing off Mark Cuban's disgusting Piggly Wigglies.
Piggly
Like, dude, you are a billionaire. You should have a personal foot washer.
I believe in my podcast, so I'm trying my best. I've had a few guests, some D-list celebrities.
And not only did that spark the industry plant rumors, but also within 1 week of launching her podcast, she had the top talent agency in the entire entertainment industry representing her and her brand. Landing celebrity guest after celebrity guest, it was very clear that her growth was far from organic. This was obviously something people called out immediately online, and also to her face.
I know.
You're not an industry plant, right?
I am, but
You do feel kind of planty. We do have the same manager, so is this?
I
kind
know,
of
isn't that
planted?
crazy?
Feels a bit planty.
This is definitely
You got
like
you got
Luke.
here in 5 minutes. It took me 20 years.
Hey, it has been a minute.
Yeah, you've been exposed, sir. She's like, oh shit. What makes it funny is when Kiki said, we have the same manager, you know that, right? Oh, she shit herself. She's like, oh no. I just watched that video. You just watched it. That shit's funny. Look, she's trying to save face. Look at her face. Look at her face. Bro, that is crazy.
What I think industry plant is, it's like somebody that has been that is tied to someone else in the industry and uses those connections to capitalize, and they have zero talent.
I'm not an anythinger. I don't
Damn.
have any talents.
And she even admitted in a later interview that these comments broke her down mentally.
Based on what the comments are saying, and sometimes it's just constructive criticism. It can be a little mean, but yeah, it doesn't bother me too much.
And I really feel like her and the Hawk
At least
Tour
she's
girl
honest.
were basically on that
You know,
same
at least she's kind of honest. most people say I don't worry about that, and they be like reading the comments like right after saying shit like this. It's kind of crazy to me, you know.
Wavelength, and just as quickly as each rose, both equally as quickly fell off. I mean, at least for Haktua, she had this massive scandal
You too.
that derailed
Thank you,
her
son.
career. You know, the whole scam in your fans with no remorse thing will kind of do that to you. But as for Bobby, I think that people really just got sick of her sarcastic, too cold to be here, one-trick pony bit. And when she would get in a room with someone like Offset, who read her like a book, she would be made foolish still trying to pull this act off.
You wanted to be on my podcast.
Why you keep saying that Cap shit, man? I honestly didn't even want to do this shit. I don't fucking do interviews. I'm fucking with you because they're making me. You need a little bit of seasoning. You ain't got no seasoning, man. You like a plain piece of chicken. Just only thing, you pull it off and then you serve the dish. You need some motherfucking seasoning, man.
You can leave now.
Oh my god, what? You need some seasoning, man. That is wild. Offset, you're out of pocket. But you're right. What? Bro, what? Oh my god, bro said you need more seasoning. You're just a plain piece of chicken. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That is
Bright Rose
wild.
says breathe teach.
Bro, you said you were a piece of plain chicken. You need some seasoning. You know what's wild? What's wild that Offset didn't get canceled for this shit. You know you fucked up bad on the internet and people hate you when someone like Offset can say this shit to you and not get canceled because he said it to a woman. No. Damn, she fucked up hard, bro. What the fuck?
And then you serve the dish. You need some motherfucking seasoning, man.
You can leave now.
This is my hotel. I paid for this motherfucker. You can leave now.
Checkmate, bitch. Checkmate. She asked him to leave. She said, you can leave now. Because she was not liking the disrespect. He said, I fucking paid for this motherfucking hotel. You either leave. I ain't leaving. I paid for this bitch. She can't say shit. She's like, well, he's probably right. I can't leave. What? She didn't know what to say after that. I know she just said that.
Now, beyond this, the main public ridicule that she faced outside the industry plant narrative was that she broke up her family to be in social circles with famous people.
You know? I flew all the way here.
You did. I really do appreciate
on my
that.
daughter's first birthday.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
You missed your daughter's first birthday for
to
this.
be here.
Dark. You regret that you'll never be able to undo.
Bro. It is a bad sign if fucking Drake is stealing your parenting shit. It is a bad sign when Drake is critiquing your parenting skills. Oh my god, this is not good.
Horrible parenting.
Now, when Drake is calling you a bad man, you know you're doing something wrong. Speaking of...
See, I told you.
Of Drake, by the way, the dude is so down bad that he's been in Bobby's
Bright
comment
Rose says
section on
LMAO.
Instagram begging her to unblock his name.
Wow.
Either way, despite being married at the time of these early interviews, she was always asking these guests if they would smash her up.
Would you date
What?
someone that looks like me? Am I your type?
I'd do it.
Yo! Look at bro's face! Look at bro's face! Look at bro's face! He contemplating face! He's just like, I'll do it. It's like, the option's there. He thought about that too long, right? What's wild is like he said it like he's getting a piece of chips. Like, I'll try it. It's vegan. It's vegan, Drake. You want to try it? It's vegan chips. I'll give a fuck. Let's try it. It has no seasoning. It's chicken flavored, plain chicken flavor. Plain chicken flavor.
Thank you.
I mean, imagine being her husband seeing that shit. The guy did actually file for divorce around a month after the Drake episode dropped, leading to rumors that Drake gave her her initial initiation, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
Obviously,
shit!
After this, she would gain the
He did? Oh, well, then again, I've been hearing, Drake's been known for, like, fucking other men's fucking women, so that's kind of like it's plain lace. I tried.
reputation that she was being passed around the industry. Ryan Garcia was chasing her around the room like it was his crush on the school playground. He would later confirm them hooking up during a Twitter rant. She was seen being drunkenly carried out of clubs, and even had this really embarrassing moment when she tried to do that thing where girls soft launch the guy they're dating, only to have it backfire after the FBI, that is social media, discovered that it was some NFL player and he completely denied being with her in the first place.
Damn!
This caused her to crash out on TikTok.
Just like hard to imagine finding someone who is truly good for you. It's hard to imagine there's a world where there's like someone who's actually meant for you.
That's your fault. That is your fault, Ho. I'm sorry, that's your fault. That's your fucking fault.
Dating is just hard, you guys. Like,
well, now Bobby has officially announced that she will be ending her podcast, which is surprising.
This chick is the equivalent of the type of ex-girlfriend who will fuck your life up purposely, and then you break up with her or she breaks up with you under shit that she did. And then 6 months later she'll say, why can't I find someone for me when you was doing everything you was supposed to be doing, but she wasn't? And then she says shit like this, and you just look at it and you just think to yourself, what is my existence? She had that and also had a kid, right? And then they say shit like this. The lack of self-awareness and accountability is wild.
To me, considering she was still getting decent guests and views in the hundreds of thousands occasionally. But obviously, when you compare this to her peak, where she was getting at least 1 million views per podcast and like these top-level guests, it had been looking pretty rough. I mean, no one really knew these people she was now interviewing, and when she was doing solo episodes, there were not many views at all. But either way, she hosted like a funeral for her podcast.
Hi guys, welcome to the Really Good Podcast. All jokes aside, all honesty, this is the last episode. In honor of the last episode, my sister and I are going to sing a song. I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya?
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Bro, what in God's name is this?
And it goes like,
Hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
Yeah, I totally have no idea what.
Yo, Joe Budden is always a good meme to you.
Why this podcast fell out of favor. Now, regardless of all of that, even up until last year, someone was funneling money into her career, trying to make her a thing, trying to get her some positive PR with Business Insider and other entities that are known to take money to do interviews or think pieces on celebrities.
The Really Good Podcast. She was a great podcast. She got me this house, got me the car I drive. She got me a lot of stuff, and she was really great. I really did appreciate her for the time I had with her. And she brought me a lot of memories and a lot of great guests. I will miss doing this podcast, and I will miss the money this podcast brought me.
Now, over time,
Like, how do you run a podcast? Like, I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I think you need a following first before you do a podcast. I don't think you can just start off with a podcast. That's how it feels to me. Yes, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, 42. You're really not wrong on that one. Correct.
Time, it has been abundantly clear that from the start this was all about money and fame to Bobby, who straight up admitted that even when she was young, that was her main aspiration in life.
Mentally decided that she made like at least $300 a year on her podcast alone, and I was like, that's what I need to do next. Like, I need a podcast.
How'd you become an influencer or creator?
Just wanting to make money.
It's like she in general represents a microcosm into our society and how social media has warped people's minds.
I hope that I go from D-list to A-list. That's my goal in 10 years.
From D-list to A-list.
Yes.
I feel like over the last 2 to 3 years specifically, I've noticed a change in the way that women in particular
I'm not
present
gonna lie,
themselves
she actually
online.
gave that D-list to the A-list, but she didn't become an A-list by giving that D-list. That's where that happened. She gave a D-list to a bunch of A-lists, but the A-list didn't get her to the A-list because she was really getting on their D-list.
I'll say specifically on Instagram, where there's this sense that they think they are someone famous or a spectacle to be admired, and I find that shit hilarious. And I'm talking about like an everyday regular girl with 500 followers acting like her shit don't stink. I mean, people in general are just so much more narcissistic than ever before due to social media.
Hey, Abbas.
Or I guess I should say they are desperate for online validation in a way that was viewed as cringy during the early days of social media.
As you guys know, this podcast started off just with a girl with a dream to make more money. And I knew when I started that it was going to go places. I didn't know I would fall off as quickly as I did. To be honest, I did think this was going to last a bit longer.
No,
But nevertheless,
I understand. No, okay, I get it. I get the idea of hitting the iron while it's hot, but sometimes, just sometimes, not all the time, but very like sometimes, and like you have to be really self-aware of your audience, right? And your following and your growth. You have to be self-aware to a point where, okay, I'm getting traction, I'm getting growth, I'm getting likes, I'm getting follows, getting comments, I'm getting some opportunities coming my way. I think what's best is just keep going with that initial idea or what you're doing for a while, and then when you start seeing it, like, I wouldn't say the word fall off, because it's like seeing your growth kind of slow down is like knowing that the TV's on in the room. You get what I'm saying? Like, when the TV is on, it's not on any particular channel, but the TV is on. You know what I'm saying? Once you start realizing that the TV, the metaphorical term I'm saying for the TV is being on, that's when you start doing things a little different, right? I think what happened is she grew too fast, but she didn't know how to encapsulate that entire following, right? She hasn't been on the same since Drake. Yeah, I think that's where the problem came in. Because once she was sitting down in bed with Drake, that's like, whoa, that's way too much of a fast, you know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't work her way with D-list celebrities. She went insane. Like, she went instantly to, like, A-list instantly. So that's where that problem came in. It was not a growth that, like, she doesn't have that type of personality where she will be instantly, like, open arms to an A-list, like, celebrity, right? See, like, someone like I Show Speed, it took time for him to get where it is, but he was entertaining enough to see where he was going places. Same thing with Kai Cenat. There are two different ways on how they did it, but they organically grew that. The problem is here that she already instantly was there by like probably a few months, maybe within a year, which is crazy. Right? That is crazy. Most successful YouTubers tend to blow up within like 3 years if you're like doing something so different, or you're such a personality is just so like your comedic timing, all that stuff. It's usually 3 years. So like once she did that within like a year, that was way too fast. Way too fast. That's where this problem comes in. And once people started calling her industry plant, she was doing everything under the sun to be, I wouldn't say different, but she just kept on the same path what got her there in the first place, and that was bad. She should have did the organic thing with her little videos on TikTok, grow a good following on her own, hit like 100,000 or no 100 no 500,000, like 500,000, and start really branching out like that with other like TikTokers or YouTubers or where the fuck, and just work your way up with people similar audience to your own. No, she just literally instantly got to the top. That's not good. That means that you don't know how to, curate your audience to a way that will work in your favor and the other person you're working with. That's not good. The only reason that Ninja was able to get Drake on his shit and not seen as an industry plant is because we knew Ninja before we knew Ninja, right? We knew Ninja for a good while, like 3 years straight, and then he was on Drake's well, he had Drake on there and then Logic and so that's how that works. It was too fast and it died off like a star. That's what happened.
Just a minute, and I'm proud of
That's
the
yeah, even longer. It takes even longer. You're not right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
accomplishments I have, and
You're not wrong, Sinji.
I'm pretty sad that it has to end like this, but it's okay. Thanks.
I mean, hey, shout out to her for being able to acknowledge the fall off and the fact
Thrown
that she
directly in
loves
the
money.
teeth.
She did run about 10 ads in this podcast, and the entire episode in general.
Have I seen a YouTuber that's successful after a quick growth? No, actually. I can't think of technically one. I really don't, because usually when they get to a high growth, that's when they start doing the crypto thing almost instantly. And that's a bad sign. And then they start hanging out with like people like Logan Paul and I want to say KSI. KSI is he's on that crypto shit, but he has a following where he is entertaining. No, Mr. Beast, no. Mr. Beast, no. Mr. Beast didn't instantly get no. He was doing Twitch like I knew about Mr. Beast back in like 2013, 2012. Is it 2013? He was giving money to small streamers. That was what he was doing. So I don't know how he was making his money, but he had money and giving it to streamers. And I think he took that same money and gave it to charity or something like that. I don't know how that worked with sponsors. And he'll take the sponsorship money, give it to small streamers, and build his reputation recording himself over the years. That didn't take a year or 2 years. That took years, like at least I would say 5 years at best. And then that's when he started doing all the YouTube shit and all that stuff back in way back then. KSI Logan Paul did it. They got in trouble for doing it. Yeah, he started with sponsors, got the money, gave it to small streamers, recorded their reaction. People liked it, so it gave young people incentive to go on stream on TikTok. So I mean TikTok on Twitch. So it gave people or build on Twitch at the time in that streaming like era where Twitch became more mainstream as time went by because people was it was it was a it was a I won't say a collaboration between Twitch or anything, but it was incentivizing Twitch and young people to start off their careers early because they might run to Mr. Beast. I think he was under a different name at that time, but I'm pretty sure it was still Mr. Beast at that time. With Logan Paul and I don't know about KSI. I think he started playing horror games with his brother Denji back in I think 08 or 09, a little before 2010. I think between 09 and 2010. I think Logan Paul and his brother started getting seen back in the Vine days because they was Viners first, and then when Vine died, they moved all their content to YouTube, I think, and then from YouTube, I don't think they're on TikTok like that, but they're definitely on YouTube. I know that for a fact. Now, Elon Musk just announced that he's bringing back Vine very soon. I think that's the M2 that everyone's talking about because that's way too convenient for everyone for TikTok to be going out the window, and then M2 was mentioned, and then right after M2, like a week later or two, I think this is this week, he mentions, yeah, he said we'll do a reaction on it, but he mentioned that he's going to bring back Vine again from Twitter. I don't know. I think that's the M2. Because they won't mention who's owning M2. And I wonder why. I have no real problem with Elon Musk. I know most people have their issues with him under their own reasons, but per se, the fact that they won't mention who owns the M2 app per se, the coded M2 app. I don't think it's gonna be called M2, but it's gonna be called something else. I think it's him. Don't trust that app. I understand. Most people don't trust a lot of things. I don't trust the government like that, especially with the bullshit they've been pulling lately. So
General just seemed like a money grab, where she says, remember when I did this podcast, remember when I did that podcast.
And I will never forget the moment he told me that I was like unseasoned chicken.
It was basically like one of those filler episodes where they just show a bunch of flashbacks from the show. You know, the one you always skip. She really just cycles through all the interviews, she plays a clip, and moves on, periodically throwing another ad in your face. And I do have a sneaking suspicion that this might just be the pre-launch of some other show that she wants to now do. But this is how she ends her show.
Just any final words for the podcast?
She really fell off.
wow. That's your sister? Why did you bring this hoe up on this shit? Why did you bring her up here? She is no help. What the hell? She roasted herself, right? And like, I don't know, that self-defecating type of comedy is dried out, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it's still funny, but it doesn't have the same, vigor as it used to, like in the early 2010s to the late 2010s. That's kind of dead now. That I'm gonna defecate on myself before anyone else. Self-deprecation. It works, but it's not the same. I think that's what she's trying to capitalize on. She's trying to capitalize on that self-deprecating, I'm very awkward, quirky, I'm very quiet, introvert type response. I think that's what she's trying to capitalize on, because a lot of people, quote unquote, think they're all an introvert when most of them are extroverts who are just LARPing as one because they want to seem more interesting, because they all like to say, I don't like to hang out with people and don't like to talk to people. But if you put them under a lockdown where there's a pandemic, they start losing their fucking minds. Exposed! Most of you are not introverts. You are all extroverts trying to LARP as a person who don't have friends. Fuck y'all. I know y'all. Y'all are liars. All you. I will say it like this: depends on the person. Some can pull it. Yeah, they can pull it off. I'm not saying they can't. They can actually pull that off pretty well if they're really good at it. But 9 times out of 10, they're not. Do you remember Pink Sauce? Oh yes, I do remember the Pink Sauce. Is she in trouble? You mean Pink Sauce? I think that's you're referring to Pink Sauce lady. I do remember her. Is she in trouble too?
No, it happened. People said I was falling off, and they were right. So now it's dead. You guys got what you wished for. You wanted it to be over. It's over.
Like I said,
gone.
this type of
It's not there anymore.
this type of I don't know what that is then. This type of comedy only works like it was like early HBO. I think the last show to ever do this was like Dave, Little Dicky show Dave, if you know what I'm talking about. That kind of comedy is kind of dead now. Like it still works, but it's not the same. It's just kind of expected at that point that I'm super awkward. I think Spider-Man still does this shit. I think. And it works because it's Marvel, but like it's so
Anymore. And now, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I don't know, I just feel like someone who loves being around famous people and rising up the social ranks as she does would not just give it up. It's actually my guess, considering that this episode was posted on the very last day of July, and with these various sponsors riddled into this crock of crap, is that this was only made to meet obligations to them. As when you agree to these deals, they usually have allotted time slots of when you will post their ad. And I just cannot see very many people, even if they are a genuine fan of this show, watching the entire thing. And let me just say, the comment section on this video is not exactly what you would expect from a send-off. I mean, it was almost like it was a mixture of good riddance, they were sick of the ads, and then just a bunch of comments about how she left her family to pursue this. Either way, it looks like this is the end of the Bobby era. Honestly, I think that she would have made more money and had more longevity online in the parody blogger space.
Yeah,
but I
that's
guess
what
it's
have
a
been
good
best.
lesson that sometimes it's better to rise up slow than to just jump on a rocket and burn out. Either way,
Correct.
though, I want to know what you guys think about this decision by Bobby down below. Do you think there was some sort of hand in the background telling her, no, you're not going to be the industry plant no more? They saw the triple toilet paper roll numbers on that Business Insider interview where they said America could not get enough, and they said, this ain't working. I mean, I won't lie to you guys, I feel like in general the podcast space has lost a lot of steam.
Because she's awkward.
It's obviously become insanely oversaturated, and I think the gold rush when it comes to that genre is kind of over. But y'all let me know your thoughts down below. Also want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing, but as you guys know, it's been your boy the Tan Superman, and some other industry plants out here need to be exposed. So I'm out. Peace.
I don't know. Let me see. Where is the Smith family now? That was 2 hours ago. This influencer keeps saying she's fine, but fans are finding disturbing clues. What went wrong? Very unnecessary downfall of Black Mirror. Okay. Let me see. What's the one we can show? The music's not special. The truth. Why the internet hates Anthony Flatio, whatever his name is. No, don't feel like his name. Pedro Pascal is a ticking time bomb. Is he? I feel like that. You know what? Let me hear about this.
They're next.
I believe this is true. Ever since I've been hearing about Pedro Pascal, I noticed the issue that has been arising a lot. Do you watch Maury too? Maury? I think I know that name. Hold on. Let me look that up real quick. Maury? I think I know you're referring to. I might actually know who you're referring to. Hold up. Maury. Oh, wait. I think I know this guy. Rote. The Kardashians? Oh, okay.
Why the entire Kardashian Jenner clan is starting to look, well, ancient. We're talking Platisma Bay.
Was it this character? Oh, wait. This is the person? I think. Hold on. Let's see. I want to see this. Age like milk? That's kind of funny. Let me see where that goes. That just sounds kind of funny. I don't really like celebrity gossip or shit like that. I rarely ever do, but it has to fall in line with my shit. But like, I just want to hear this just to see if it would be funny. Hold on, let me get the. Just to see. I don't like celebrity gossip stuff because I think that's kind of like pointless. It's just a bunch of rich people with rich problems. But I'll make an exception for this one. Let's see what this is about. He used to have a mask on his character. Hold on. Maybe it's not the right person. He's a mask on his character. I don't see Maury. You can send me a video on Discord or on Instagram. You can send me a message on. You can send it to me on Instagram because I'm probably looking at the wrong person. If that's not the right person, then let me go back. Let's see. Some disowns death would be what? Okay, I can't put that up because TikTok will come after me. Shady producer just got worse. CEO, the most hated CEO in gaming? Nah. I think the Pedro Pascal one's gonna be actually worth it because wait. Is there oh, who are these boys?
Milk Boys have always been tangled in controversy. Over the years, they've weathered storms relating to all sorts of issues, both internally and externally. And every time...
Now, it's a kid that looks like he's graduated with a berry... Oh, okay. Maybe I was on the right one. Blurred face. Yeah, I got it. I got you. Yeah. Hold on. Let me play this then. Oh, fuck. I make a mistake. Hold up. Maury. Yeah, I think that's the right one, because I saw that picture there. Oh. Yep. Maury. Okay.
Talking platysma bands,
Okay, like that.
marionette lines, filler migration, the whole AARP starter pack. When Kim turned her head for the Vogue live stream, the first thing viewers noticed was the network of rope-like platysma bands running down her neck.
Well, well, well.
Oh, I know this guy. I know. Yeah, I watch him.
Look at what we have here, and shout out to Leo Hansen. What she's pointing
I
out in this
remember
video.
the last video I remember I watched from Maury was the whole Kai Cenat thing with the Streamer Academy thing.
The red circle here is the fact that the natural aging process is unstoppable at this point in time. Yeah, you can do a whole bunch of surgeries to your face, getting Botox, pulling back the skin, etc. You know, tons of lighting and makeup and all this stuff. But over time, apparently, the surgeries will start to degrade, the Botox will start to migrate, and your body, through the natural aging and repairing process, will start to revert back to what it wants to be, what it naturally would be if you hadn't gotten these surgeries. So it's kind of like a constant battle against like nature and gravity.
Those cords pop out because she removed so much submental fat with aggressive liposuction in 2021. So now the muscle sits naked under paper thin skin.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for telling me. Not showing the vid. You don't see it? Oh, it's on that one. My bad. There you go. Thank you, hon. Thank you for letting me know. Over here. There, and there, and there. There we go.
Hey man, nature, yet again, remains undefeated. You know, the Kardashians have been trying to fight for so many years with what this young lady in this video,
okay.
as well as Leo Hansen, has said liposuction and sucking out, I suppose, the natural fat deposits of certain areas when they were younger. So now that they've gotten older, it looks worse because those fat deposits aren't there anymore, I suppose, along with the collagen to support that area anymore. Essentially, the surgeries that the Kardashians have gotten when they were younger are now starting to catch up to them and are backfiring because their bodies can no longer support the surgeries that they got before when they were younger, if that makes any sense at all.
Ashanti looks 35. She didn't get fillers and Botox in her 20s. No, they look older than 50, let alone 40. They are aging so bad because of the surgeries on their face. Let's be for real. These ladies have had really long careers. Like, Kim has been in it. She doesn't have to be in it any longer if she doesn't want to. Like, why don't you just retire and, like, I don't know, invest in the stock market and live off that for the rest of your life?
Wow, I'm so disappointed right now that Leo just said Kim Kardashian should retire when she knows damn well that that is never gonna happen. Miss Kardashian, Miss Mega BBL, the creator of Skims and the pioneer of Mega BBLs, retire from the limelight, the spotlight, to live the rest of her days out in peace and quiet? Yeah, I don't think so.
I think it's the Ozempic results. We already know that losing excessive amounts of fat very quickly
Brightro
can
Close
age
says
you very
LMAO.
fast.
You look amazing. Thank you. Moody hat. Thank you. And I love bringing
from the Met Gala. This is Kim Kardashian. You could see from the side profile when she's talking, you could see her neck bands. Why do we see neck bands? One, this is the platysma muscle. It's a muscle that connects from the mandible down to the chest. As we age, they separate. And these bands, you can see them coming in. But you could also see them if you get aggressive lipo of the neck area, where it pops the platysma band and makes it more visible.
So yeah, basically, thank you, Doc, for explaining that more eloquently than I did before. You know, the surgeries, the liposuctions of what she got when she was younger to have a more sharper jawline. That's what they do, right? And we all know that the sharper jawline meme, the Hollywood sharp face, right? That all these celebrities want to get. You got to understand, in conjunction with the new trend of the buccal fat removal, all those surgeries that these people are getting to fit a particular type of aesthetic for whatever reason they want to get them for, before are going to catch up and are now starting to catch up with them as they age, because you need that extra fat, that layer of fat, to support you as you get older. Sure, you want to fit the mold of a specific aesthetic when you're young, right? And instead of going to the gym and losing body fat, you want to do it through the means of surgery. But understand.
Listen, fucking Drake does this same shit right now. He has fake abs in his fucking stomach. That shit is crazy. You have fake abs in your stomach. My God, I'm not. I know this is not about Drake, but yo, these celebrities are wild. This is why I will never listen to a celebrity. This is why I will never like. I don't know why people ever try to follow the lifestyle of a celebrity. You are fucking crazy. No.
And if you take away your body's natural protective layer, collagen, the fat that support your face, unless you can somehow magically put it back when you get older, it's going to look worse. You're going to look a lot worse as an older person with all these surgeries that you've gotten when you were younger than you would have had you stayed natural, holistically, went to the gym, ate a pretty good diet, walked, etc., and fine-tuned your body in a way that didn't need all these overly excessive surgeries.
The mid-cheek looks hollow because the scaffold of filler she'd relied on for years was recently dissolved. This leaves her natural tissue unable to spring back, and anywhere from like her under eye down to her chin starts to look really, really hollow. In plain English, without all the BS talk, the support beams are gone, and gravity is essentially pulling her face downward.
You're not wrong, Senju. I rather be rich than famous. I would rather be quietly rich than known to be famous. Because even when you're not, the worst thing is to be famous and not rich. Because when you're famous and not rich, people look at you crazy. They think, how do I know everything about you, but you have no money? That's crazy.
And all of this is kind of sad when we look back and remember what she looked like before any procedures.
My Roman Empire is Kim's old face before surgeries. Like, her natural face was actually just insane. I know, like, I've talked about this before, but I also always go back to this plot because I'm like, she did not need to do anything. Like, her natural Armenian features and like her baby hair was just chef's kiss. Like, I remember when people used to hate on her features and like call her Jafar or something, and I'm just like, bro, this is like insane beauty. Like, she's so beautiful.
I mean, Arabic princess, huh? Asian princess, or I don't know the ethnic makeup of Armenia. I'm pretty sure they have all types of people there, right? But clear.
East Asian, West Asian. The whole family's fine. Like, it's not about technically the looks, it's the aging part.
Clearly, she has defining features that, I mean, good God, Jasmine from Aladdin type, you know? But of course, get into the Hollywood world, you get into media, everybody wants to have the same face, bro. I don't know what it is. They all want to look generic as hell. They all want the same nose, lips, jawline. Like Abel said, LA girls all look the same. I can't recognize. Like, none of this was ever necessary. Again, do what you want to do with your own body, your life. Couldn't care less, but understand the consequences that come with this stuff, you know?
It's kind of sad when you look at it and you realize that she gave up all of these beautiful natural features from her ancestors to look like a average OF model cardboard cutout. It's kind of sad. It's kind of boring.
Wait, I get that. She's not wrong, but you have to realize something. I won't say she was the original, but she was the most original individual who did this. That's why every other woman follows suit after the fact. She was the first advocator of. She was the original well, I don't say the original famous OF model because there was Superhead and all that other people back in the 90s. But like, she capitalized on being a celebrity girlfriend / thought to an nth degree, and made a whole like decade of doing that within the early 2010s. I would say the late 2000s, early 2010s. Correct. Yep, you're not wrong. It was blondes and double Ds. That's it. And then after that, she came with the BBLs, the double Ds, the Armenian stuff, looking a specific way. Every other woman after that tried to look like Kim Kardashian. It didn't matter what race you were. They all try to keep up with the Kardashians. It was not keeping up with the Joneses. It was the fucking Kardashians. That was every woman. Every chick who got money from VH1, MTV, whether they was on 16 and Pregnant, to any celebrity type game show like Love and Hip Hop, all these different shows, every woman looks like a carbon copy of a Kardashian. From your what's her name? Cardi B's all the way to your Nicki Minaj's. The difference between these people, they just did it extra. because they knew they couldn't just be Kardashian. So they had to go extra beyond that. That's why it's almost ridiculous at this point. So being an OF model, an Instagram model, is almost like a carbon copy of like the original like Kardashian per se. Ray J made career bigger than and then he made the stupid video of him saying he smashed first. Like, bro, that was not something to like. I get why he did that, but then again, I'm like, when you really think of it, that was really stupid because yes, you smashed first per se before the, I guess, other celebrity men, which I don't think is true, but more known, I guess. But the fact why that sucks is that now Ray J is now on Love and Hip Hop. It's not even that. It's just like while Ray J was on, now he's on Love and Hip Hop. Before he wasn't. Once you go back on Love and Hip Hop, or you get on Love and Hip Hop, your career is kind of shit at that point. You're not really known. The only I think 2 people or 3 that was on Love and Hip Hop was, I think, Papoose, that one chick that he was dating that I think cheated on him, and then Cardi B. Everyone after that is irrelevant and has no real future. It is what it is. Mine's that they made this urban enough that it's not too ghetto, but yeah.
She could have played Jasmine in a live-action Aladdin. I'm not kidding you when I say that probably any Dubai prince would have wanted her so badly, like, taken her away in his, like, gold-plated Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she was bad as hell. Assuming she had minimal surgery here, bad as hell. Nice eyes, full lips, pretty smile. I mean, her facial structure in general, like, the mug itself, crazy.
4, Kylie had some pretty bad pillow face going on, which actually she has just reverted, which could be signs of another facelift or new fillers after she had the previous ones dissolved.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I just gotta wonder the psychological damage this has to have on somebody who's been doing this since at least the age of 16. Because keep in mind, I believe she got her first surgery when she was around that age. And we can clearly see that, you know, she's going through a state of flux between having Botox, not having Botox. I'm not even sure if Botox ever really gets out of your body or if there's a way to actually extract it from your face, but clearly, as we can see here in this photo, she had Botox in a lot more, and then I suppose it degraded or it was extracted to make her face look
That's the irony in the majority of these people. You look good before you had the surgery. They start regretting it almost instantly, or they start regretting it after whatever surgeries they had, but they usually regret it. It's the what do you call it? The game ending of life regret, where when you jump off the building, you made the regret because you're right off the building. You can't go back. So
a bit more slimmer now. But I just gotta say, what is the psychological damage of all this on top of the physiological damage to one's face? Getting multiple surgeries or injections per year, per quarter, I don't know the schedule of all these people. Constantly tuning, tweaking, and fixing something that you think is not good or looks bad, and just never being satisfied with it. I gotta wonder.
She might have a little kiss of filler in the lip, a little kiss of filler here and there. That is not possible with just a hint of fillers, because the reality is she done stretched her face more than a jersey sheet over a king-size bed. Like, she was stretched out, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So it seems as though, based on what I'm gathering, because of all the Botox she got and the volume of which was injected into her skin, apparently she had to get a facelift, of which I believe they like kind of drag your skin back and then they like cut off the excess skin. And mind you,
correct. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, 42. And it psychologically stays with you forever. And it takes a lot of therapy. And I mean a lot of therapy to unravel and undo all this. And by the time you even get to the clarity part, you're already past like 40 or 50 or probably even 60. And by the time you have clarity of who you are and what you are, you already look like a raisin. So
Kylie Jenner is still in her 20s. She's a little older than me, but the fact that, of which I'm going to show you in this next scene, shout out to Lael, that she has this mark on the side of her ear at only 27. It's crazy.
It's my belief, based on this photograph, that Kylie Jenner has had a facelift at the age of 27. Why do I think that? I'm a plastic surgery enthusiast, and once you know the signs of facelift, you can't unsee them. This pixie ear right here, and I don't know if you can see the pull here, those are the telltale signs of a facelift.
Mind you, 2020, she would have been at max 22 here.
Fast forward a few years, at the top of 2024, we saw that much of this facial filler had been dissolved. How did we see that? Well, we can see from the emptiness, the tear trough area, and just a general deflation. again on the Kardashian just after that Paris appearance. She said she was going on a filler removal journey. Now, people laughed at her and said there's still filler in her face. The only filler that was really there was in her lip.
And you know what? Honestly, at this point in time, I can't even blame Kylie for a lot of the things she's done to her body, knowing where she comes from, who her influences were, and her basically being groomed into being a botched experimental plastic surgery dummy. And the fact that we all know who's up next in line, which is going to be Kanye West's daughter with Kim Northwest, is kind of sad.
Why 12-year-old Northwest?
She is so fucked. I'm not even gonna lie, cause like she's right at that. She's 12. Oh my god, fucking Sodom and Gomorrah, bro. She's so she's so damn young. She has she has no chance, bro.
Brightroglows says ain't no way.
She is so fucked. It was her family and peers that pressure her into doing it. Yep, I believe it.
West look older than 70-year-old Kris Jenner.
That's wild.
Behind it is deeply unsettling. Recently, someone captured photos of North West shortly after her 12th birthday. In the pictures, North looks extremely haggard-older than 70-year-old Kris Jenner, and she doesn't look like a typical 12-year-old at all. She even appears older and less energetic than Blue Ivy. What has caused North to end up like this? In fact, the Kardashian family's beauty standards, they believe North should start undergoing cosmetic procedures from a young age.
And that's where I'm going to end it at. Thing is, I mean, the Kardashians aging like milk, not literally, metaphorically, through the surgeries of which that have culminated and compounded over all these years.
They
now
can't.
they're trying
This
to
is
throw
why I don't
Northwest
like.
into the...
This is no hate towards any particular people or community. When I say this, please, I'm putting a disclaimer. This is why I don't trust these celebrities, because majority of celebrities, when they have children, when they have these children, all their children, majority of their children are somehow trans, which is very strange to me, because being trans is actually a rare thing to be. So like for these people to talk about have like majority of these celebrities have trans children tells me that they was groomed to do this to a degree. It's just like how they're doing this with her surgery. I don't like it. It's the same thing with the trans thing with these celebrities. I'm talking about celebrities specifically, not the whole idea of being trans. I'm talking about the celebrities who have these children are usually all trans in some form or a bunch of, because that's not something that just happens tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of psychological evaluation on that. So that's crazy. D-Wade, for instance. Yeah, D-Wade, for instance. He's like, I know for a fact he has some hand in that, and it's getting him the attention he needs outside of his career, and is helping his wife too. They are benefiting.
Brightroglows says so performative.
Yes, it's insane. It is very insane. I don't trust it at all. I don't trust these celebrities. I don't trust what they say. Even if I like you as as an actor, I don't trust anything you say. I like I like RDJ. I like his movies based on Iron Man and Tropic Thunder, I think it was called. I don't trust anything he says. You can't trust these people. Remember, these are the same people who dealt with Diddy and then started coming out when he was in trial. These are the same people who knew what was going on in Nickelodeon and didn't say anything till it came on TV. These are the same people who knew what was going on with Justin Bieber, didn't say anything till it got out. You can't trust these motherfuckers. I'm dead serious. So I believe majority of these celebrities are bred and groomed to tell their children to be a certain way so they can stay in the limelight because it makes them look good. They don't care about their children. They sacrifice their children for the sake of fame, fortune, and you know, they are horrible people. I'm telling you. The wife didn't want it. Oh, she didn't want it? Then that's more him. Okay. All right.
The mix. I know everybody thinks Kanye West is crazy. The mental status of Kanye West is up for debate. I think he is mentally ill to a certain degree. Although I think he knows exactly what he's doing a lot of the time. I'm not gonna say, you know, the excuse of mental illness. All right, whatever. But listen, his commentary on his daughter.
I see more Kanye West in that girl than I see Kim K. I see Kim K, but I see Kanye in that girl, like Blue Ivy. I look at Blue Ivy's face from a distance. She looks like her mom. Up close, I see Jay-Z. I'm sorry. I know that sounds mean to a degree, but please hear me out. I'm saying what we're all thinking. Don't pull the bullshit.
Says teach.
Don't pull the bullshit with me. All you know I'm talking about from a distance. She looks like her mom, Blue Ivy, And then when you look up in that bitch face, you like, oh shit, you look like Jason. You look like your daddy. Straight up. I get it, but no, I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying she looks like her parents. You know, like some kids look like their mom and dad. Like perfect example. Jack Black's son, he looks like Jack Black. He looks like his father. You know what I'm saying? He looks like his daddy. I'm dead serious. Like if right now Jack died, you think he reincarnated because he looks like his dad, bro. I'm dead serious. We grew up watching Nickelodeon and watching Victorious, iCarly, all that, and Drake and Josh, and had so many weird things that they put it on the show, right? I think the most noticeable one, or the biggest one, are two things. A lot of mentioning of mayonnaise for some odd reason, and feet. Feet. Well, up close, but far, you can see her. You can see the mom. From a distance, she's a mix between both parents. But if you focus too hard on her face, she looks like her dad. But from a distance, she looks like her mom. It's weird. Fact, she looks like Jay-Z down to the T.
In the years before, spot on. I mean, he already understood what was going to happen and he was trying to rail against it, and now here we are. Feel free to air all your comments and opinions down below. Like, share, you already know what to do. Until next time, everybody, catch you next time.
For a long time, DJ
That's my personal preference. Like when a girl looks like her dad, if she's pretty, that's great because that just might say he's somewhat handsome. But then again, it's kind of like annoying because you can see the dad's face now, right? And it's not like you probably even have a problem with the man. It's just the fact you look like her dad. It's like something you can't unsee, right? It's not a bad thing or nor a good thing. You can't unsee it. So that what bugs me the most. But if she looks like her mom, that's a win. That's a win itself. Okay. I don't know. Pirate Software has lost 90% of his audience. Pixar blamed for destroying Marvel, Star Wars, and Pixar. Let me see what's this about.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkle. She's actually out and about today, so you're gonna have to put up with me for your daily dose of
to a degree,
dismal.
yes. I don't want. It's like I don't want to be attracted to her dad. I'm not attracted to her dad, but I just see her dad. It's like something you can't just turn off. You know what I'm saying?
RJ, KK says WSP.
Because like, my God, I'm like, I don't know. It's like, let me put it this way. Oh no, I think some women are okay with this to a degree where if a boy looks like his mom, but he looks masculine, I think that's a win for most women, even if he doesn't look like his dad. I think it's not the same for boys. Like, if a boy looks like his dad, that's a win. If he looks like his mom, yeah, I noticed that. Yes, yeah, I noticed that. But I think that this is a weird double standard because if a dude looks like his mom, it's not a loss. I don't think so. But if a dude looks like his dad, it's still not a loss to the girl. I really don't think girls mind if the dude looks like his mom or looks like his dad. But I think some dudes like me will have a little bit of a problem if a girl looks like her father, too much like her father, and not even like a mix between mom and dad, but looks more like her dad than her mom. I think that's just some people feel that way. I feel that way to a degree. Now, is that what everyone should think? No, that's just me. That's my preference. At first I did not know how to like deal with that, but I was like, you know what? If she's a good person and she is conventionally pretty, and then that's it, I don't think it's a big loss. But then again, I would prefer she look like her mom. That's just me. But if that's a deal breaker, no, because that's kind of stupid. I don't think you should bring up with someone just because they look like their opposite sex parent. I don't think that makes sense. But it is annoying. It depends on how useless. No, it depends. Attractive does play most in a good part of things, but if they are a good person, they have a specific personality type that you're attracted to, the way they think, they talk, all that stuff. It's all the overall stuff. It's not just the attractiveness. I think attractiveness comes in about 50 to 70% of the time. Per se.
Disney. It's really interesting to see the headlines.
That's from person to person
lately regarding Marvel and Star Wars and Pixar, because a year or two ago, the media was telling us that it was just the right-wing chuds that wanted to see Disney fail, that Disney was fine. Everything was fine here. We're all fine here. It's all good. You're just being a bunch of bigot Nazi homophobes. It's a you problem. Well, it's not an us problem. Now the mainstream media is coming out and saying, yeah, Disney is damaged goods. Star Wars, Marvel, Pixar, they're all very, very damaged brands. We've got The Wrap. We're going to talk about this. This is a pretty damning article that they put.
Yes, I will not eat it. If an apple looks like it was rotting from the core, I will not eat it if someone told me it was good for you. Because like it looks wild. Like, would you eat a Snicker bar if it looks like a piece of shit on the street? It's the most nutritious Snicker bar, but it looks like a dog shit. Would you eat it?
Put up earlier today, and we've got Polygon saying that Marvel's in trouble because Fantastic Four did not do that well, and this is the movie that leads into Doomsday. These kinds of articles would have been unthinkable a year or two ago. In fact, if you mentioned this, certain corners of the internet would dogpile you on social media, and I have to wonder if it's because they don't have the control over Twitter that they used to have. But the narrative was, the marching orders were, that this is all a fabrication of right-wing fans, and I'm using air quotes here because they're like, well, it's basically just, all the alt-right Nazis want to just pick on the Marvel and the Star Wars. Yeah, it's like you can't ignore this. Numbers don't care. Numbers don't lie. The numbers are not good.
Well, and that's your preference.
People are tuning out. And it's so weird to read these headlines too, kind of the cope. I don't know if it's cope or just acceptance. Maybe it's the stages of grief. But they're like, well, a movie now, a superhero movie needs to settle for, $500 to $800 million.
If that's the case, then I guess I'm fickle then. Then I guess, what's the word? What's the word they call it? Fuck, I think fake or some shit.
Of doing $1 billion. That just doesn't happen anymore. Except for Minecraft. Except for Mario, except for Barbie, except for all these other movies. They're not superhero movies, not Marvel movies.
That aspect.
Not even Disney movies. So yeah, it still happens. It's just not happening for them. Right? Now, The Wrap is blaming Disney Plus, and I think that's part of it. I think that they definitely diluted their product. Marvel was no longer an event It was no longer something that you had to go see the new Marvel movie every weekend because we got Marvel at home. And that's kind of what happened. Kind of reminds me of TGI Fridays.
You can actually say that now. You can say, well, we don't have to go to the movies. We got Marvel at home. You can literally make that statement. That's kind of funny.
Are they still in business? I don't know if they're still in business or not, but like once they started selling their potato skins and their wings in Walmart, why the hell would you even go to TGI Fridays? You know, because it's like, this is what people like the most. So why would you go? It's kind of like that. And it's so expensive to go to the movies now. And it's got to really be something that's worth seeing. But people will go. That's the thing. They can't make the excuse that people aren't going to the movies. People absolutely are going to the movies. They're just not going to Disney's movies, at least not these Disney movies. They did go to Inside Out 2. That was a huge hit. They did go to Lilo and Stitch. That was a huge hit. You know, so it's but they didn't go Snow White. So really the only hit I think Disney's had this year I can think of is probably Lilo and Stitch.
I honestly don't think these movies are woke anymore. Not woke-ish, but I don't think they are. I think they're pretty much staying the course and trying to get to the finish line. Well, I'm not talking about Superman. I'm talking about Marvel specifically. So let's hope. Well, they're saying it's dropping, so I don't know.
One, the movie was actually pretty good, all things considered, but also tapped into something that that millennial nostalgia, I think Gen Z nostalgia for Lilo and Stitch, and I think people were pleasantly surprised it didn't suck. There are some things I really didn't like about the movie, but it was okay as far as Disney live action.
There was nothing really wrong with Lilo Stitch. It was just they altered the story to a degree where it's kind of too damn noticeable. Like it is noticeable, especially one particular character that's not in it that helped keep the show the movie intact, but I understand why they probably didn't go down that route because of the money. That probably would cost a lot of money. Or I think the dude who did the voice maybe money, or maybe it's money, or maybe it's because he really did genuinely care about his characters. It's all he had, so maybe he didn't want to run away from that. The problem I have with the Lilo and Stitch is that they removed the character that was in it that's supposed to be in it, but I think it's because of money reasons, because Disney didn't have enough money for that CGI nonsense. And then number two, what was the second one? It was let me think. The parts with not Nani. I was about to say Nami. But Nani was kind of off. And the problem with that was okay, there was some parts that they kind of fucked up. Okay, there was one particular part. I know it's not a big part, but it was a really funny part from the animated movie. It was the part where Lilo kind of figured out that Stitch can play music through his mouth, and they tried to recreate that scene. But they tried to recreate that scene in particular because I remember that scene. I think everyone remembers that scene. That wasn't even part of the trailer back when the show, before the movie even came out, the animated version. And she was supposed to see Stitch do it, but because she was so focused on the damn phone, she didn't see a damn thing he was doing. And it was a funny moment because it was this is not a typical pet/dog. And I think she came to that realization. But she never got that realization because she was too busy on the damn phone. And I was like, they made Nani too, I understand she needs to find a job and stuff like that and take care of Lilo, but it was way too, zealous on that shit. It was kind of insane. And then they made Jumba the villain. Ultimately the villain. He was the protagonist, slightly in the animated movie, but he became their greatest ally at the far end. And then that's what made it worth watching either the second movie or the show, because he was their ally of knowing how to work the machines and stuff to know what of Stitch's cousins was which based on number and what they can do. But now since he's literally the villain and he's taken to prison, is I didn't like that very much. It really No, they didn't like that. And then they changed his voice completely from his German accent because I guess they didn't want to offend no one, which is really weird. And then have Dave Anakis or whatever the fuck his name is from the Two Ferns show do his voice, and it was so fucking distracting hearing him speak. I was like, yeah, I'm not liking any of this. This is kind of annoying. Like every time he speaks. Bleakley was perfectly fine. I know they was trying to push something with his orientation per se because Bleakley was kind of like that, but they didn't really push it that much. He was just looked the part of more of a female than of a male because he was really really slender. But they was really pushing something per se on that, but they didn't push as hard because they want to make some money. So they just kind of like, oh, he's kind of on that feminine side ish type thing. He acts a little bit more than usual. He doesn't like act afraid. He just acts more feminine than he should. But it is what it is, and so that was pretty much the only slight change of him. But he was pretty much the same character throughout the movie per se. So yes, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit. My biggest pet peeve about um the movie is that they made David into a moron. They made him a typical bumbling idiot type moron. Like he doesn't know what to say around Nami. Like I remember David was a normal dude. He wasn't like super masculine or he wasn't neither. He was just a normal dude. I think they was kind of dating in the movie. I think they was already dating in the movie. He was already established as the boyfriend per se in the original movie. But in this movie, he's not the boyfriend. He's just like kind of the friend. He's not buff, he's not tall, and also he's just an idiot. Well, I don't want to say the word idiot, but he's really bumbling like that Marvel-esque Spider-Man type nonsense where he doesn't know what to say and he always fumbles at his words. And every time he talks to Lilo about Nani, he's like, I don't know what to say type. I'm like, dude, you're a grown man. Go up to that woman, tell her how you feel, or at least be a little smooth with it. Talk to her. You don't have to be fucking Casanova. Just be normal, bro. You're around her all the time. You probably know what she's like. Just talk to her, bro. It's not that fucking serious. Like, damn. Like, this is not 2010.
Movies go, it was okay. But we're going to look at these articles. Pretty interesting stuff. Again,
shit is annoying.
Everybody knew this, but the mainstream media is late to the party as usual. They would have been defending Star Wars. They did for years. All these outlets, they all defended Star Wars. It's just the alt-right chud. Star Wars is fine. Everything is good. No, not really. The numbers don't lie. Numbers say fuck your feelings. It's art. How dare you criticize high art? I'm like, look, this shit's not greenlit to be high art. Sometimes you get a little kernel of art in there, but this shit is greenlit by Disney to feed the machine. And that's the truth. And you can enjoy the hell out of it. I actually like Fantastic Four. We did a review. I actually liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I'm biased in the fact that, I'm a Fantastic Four nerd. Like, I love the Fantastic Four growing up. And I had to kind of, turn a blind eye to Pedro Pascal being whatever. But overall, I liked the movie. I liked it quite a bit. And I wish that they would take more chances like they did with that one. But, that being said, I understand the reason they greenlit the Fantastic Four wasn't to make an art house film. The reason they greenlit it is they need another superhero tentpole franchise to sell merchandise and to reskin their theme parks, and it's part of the machine, right? And I think the sooner you get that through your noggin, the happier you will be because you can look at stuff more objectively.
Correct.
And not get your feelings intermingled. Because again, numbers say fuck your feelings. Anyway, let's talk about this. We're into it pretty far. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Go to news.clownfishtv.com for more podcasts. We got a bunch of podcasts recorded. I just have to get to them. We've been having a lot of issues over here lately. The last couple of weeks, it's been a mess. But I will not bore you with the details. Let's talk about these details. This comes from the Wrap.
Okay.
The Disney Plus curse. How the streaming service hurt Marvel, Star Wars, and Pixar. Marvel and Star Wars shows have seen declining streams while MCU and Pixar movies are feeling the box office hurt. Again, with the exception of Inside Out 2, but that was a sequel to a very well-received movie. But Elio did terrible.
Bro, I'm telling you, if all these fucking movies just stayed on Netflix, these publishers or these studios stayed on Netflix, they would not be having this problem. But because their hubris got the best of them, they are constantly on this like situation where they're either bleeding money and subscribers. If they just stayed on Netflix, they wouldn't have made as much money, but they would have been a lot better off. I'm dead serious. It's better to have longevity with your audience than try to have like a fast, quick buck for some money. That's going to fuck your whole shit up.
And they're first right out of the gate, Fantastic Four, first steps. They said, yeah, this is a problem. They said that it was supposed to prime the pump for Marvel's next big bet, Fantastic Four, first steps. And it's just not looking too good. Feige wound up talking about something that superheroes avoid at all costs, failure. This is this was a get-together at Marvel Studios, the Frank G. Wells building. The producer explained that after Endgame, which capped off a period of the movies known as the Infinity Saga and wound up being one of the most successful movies of all time, it was about experimentation, but the demands of Disney Plus, Disney's direct-to-consumer streaming platform, was also about expansion. Feige specifically pointed to the Marvels, sequel to 2019's $1 billion grossing Captain Marvel, which brought in $206 million globally as the movie that was hit hardest by the new emphasis on Disney Plus and the inclusion of characters from Marvel shows. Yeah, basically, the Marvels was just a very special episode of Ms. Marvel. It was like all the leftover characters from Disney Plus. Same with Thunderbolts. Now, my wife and son, I haven't seen Thunderbolts yet. They went to go see it. They said it was actually pretty okay. It was a pretty okay movie. It wasn't great, but to be fair,
I get it, but I already know the ending to this where they hug the antagonist. That shit. I understand what they was trying to put on that message on the mental health thing, but at the end of the day, this is a superhero movie. Hugging a villain doesn't sound. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I get it. The whole mental illness thing is.
Brightroclose says the power of love.
Yeah, like I understand that mental health is important. I get that. Especially, I think it came around men's mental health. I think it was in June? I think it was in June. I think a little before June. I think it was in May or June. But yeah, but how you defeated one of the most powerful characters in Marvel history, the century of all people, with a hug. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought everyone's seen it by now at this point.
The Phase 1, Phase 2 movies weren't great either, but people wanted to go see them because they knew it was building to something, right?
I'm so sorry.
But yeah, you have to do a lot of homework to watch that movie because all these characters are leftovers from other Disney Plus shows. People are like, okay, I recognize her from a $1 billion movie. Who are the other two? I guess they were in some TV show. I'll skip it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Feige got more blunt later on. The expansion is what devalued the Marvel brand. So this is Feige saying that. It was too much. It was a big company push, and it doesn't take too much to push us to go. There was a mandate that we were put in the middle of. Yeah, they probably get out there and milk these characters for as much as you can milk them for, because Disney looks at their acquisitions kind of like they do as their homegrown product, which is there's always going to be a Disney princess something to sell Disney princess merch. And that's what they're probably looking at with Marvel and Star Wars. There has to be a Marvel something. There has to be a Star Wars something because we got to sell merch. We got to get people in the theme parks. But it can actually have the opposite effect. I would argue, and I think I could argue this pretty successfully, that Disney would have been better off not making any new Star Wars.
Yeah.
And just being the rights holder for the original trilogy because it was evergreen. And if they had themed Galaxy's Edge as the original trilogy, or maybe throw some prequel stuff in there or whatever, and just not messed with it, they would still be selling merchandise. Lots and lots of merchandise. Because now they've watered it down. And people don't care. They said nearly every one of Disney's core brands, in addition to Marvel, Pixar, and Lucasfilm, have been diminished by the company's direct-to-consumer streaming platform and that platform's insatiable thirst for fresh content. And also...
Sorry about that. Every time when I have the mic on, I know it's picking that up, so I'll have to have the mute every time. I'm sorry.
Shitty content. shitty bang bang. It shit the bed. Yeah, a lot of it was just terrible. It was rushed. I tried watching Boba Fett. I tried watching Obi-Wan. I didn't care. I could not care. And what's going to happen with Mandalorian? Riddle me this, Batman. What's going to happen with the Mandalorian when the Mandalorian movie is basically season 4 of the show that nobody gives a shit about anymore for various reasons? Are people going to go see it? They got Star Wars at home. They've got nonstop Star Wars. As soon as one Star Wars show ended, they started.
Well, you're not wrong. Obi-Wan was lit and Boba Fett wasn't. But to be honest, the way that Obi-Wan went, are you not glad that Boba Fett didn't? It was, as I heard, as most people say, and then it went left. It just went strangely, I think, crazy woke at the somewhere in the end where he kind of they shifted characters. I want to shift the characters, but they kind of gave his importance to someone else, and it was kind of weird, like this weird shift in tone, where it just kind of pissed off like a bunch of fans per se.
Another one. Are they going to go see this movie? Because people are probably going to think to themselves, geez, I got to go catch up on all this shitty Disney Plus Star Wars shit. I don't want to invest that kind of time, then go buy a ticket. The diehards are going to go. Or will they? I mean, to be honest, Solo was a huge failure. So who the hell knows? Maybe they won't. That was before Disney Plus. So over the last 5 years, Marvel and Disney Plus Star Wars shows, with some exceptions, have seen declining streaming minutes as each subsequent series debuts, with Star Wars peaking with the second season of The Mandalorian in 2021 through Skeleton Crew in 2024, which failed to even make the weekly top 10 for Nielsen. But this is fine, guys. It's art. It's just the bigots. Just the bigots are mad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if stuff's good. I actually heard, I haven't watched Andor. I still haven't watched Andor, but people said at least season 1 was pretty good. And my wife watched Skeleton Crew. She said it was okay. It was all right. I think it would have gotten more of a pass had the other shittier stuff not come first. So, yeah, it's just what I'm saying is like it's people just don't care. I forget what's even coming out. Like I'm sitting here, I'm like super pumped for another season of Severance, and it's like a year away. But I could not tell you what the new Disney Plus thing is. And like they tried doing the High Republic, that's over. They already pulled the plug on the High Republic, and that's what the Acolyte was part of. Because it's a huge failure. There are ripple effects at the box office with Captain America: Brave New World, which brought 414 million globally, and Thunderbolts did 382. Both disappointments compared to previous franchises and when factoring in their respective budgets. This is coming from The Wrap. This is one of the most respected Hollywood publications.
Yeah, you too. Sorry about the spoiler. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry about the spoiler. I mean, I thought most people saw the Thunderbolts. I actually haven't seen the movie. I just knew the ending. I thought everyone's seen it by now. I already knew about the ending. I just didn't know. I didn't really see the movie. So technically, it was spoiled for me to a degree, but I didn't care about seeing it because I thought it was not going to do that well anyway. Well, I think it did well in its first week, but I don't think it did well in this second week or its third week or something. I don't know. But yeah, have a great day and have fun on COD. I don't think Mike is available, so I don't think we're gonna play Peak.
Same.
I'm hoping I'm home tomorrow. If we are home tomorrow, I'll play Peak tomorrow.
They didn't make enough money. Fuck your feelings. They didn't make enough money. That is the truth.
Yeah.
That is the way it is. And you can love those movies, right? You can love them. My wife and son, they love Thunderbolts. They thought it was good. I love Fantastic Four.
You know what? I didn't even spoil it for you. It's when I think of it now. There is a big credit ending scene that happens that you may want to see. So even I might spoil the villain was defeated, you will get to see what comes after that. So I technically didn't spoil it all for you because there is a big credit scene. So
it's gonna be a disappointment. It is what it is, right? Fuck my feelings. Fantastic Four dropped 66% from its 118 million opening weekend, dashing the hopes this film would get Marvel back on track. On the Pixar front, Elio has been a catastrophe, bringing in only $138 million so far at the global box office, making it the worst performing Pixar film in history.
Okay.
Ranking below even Onward. Yeah, and Onward opened like a week before the lockdown. So they had an excuse. It's impossible to compare what those box office results might have been in the absence of Disney Plus. I don't think Elio had anything to do with Disney Plus. I think Elio was just, it was a new thing. Nobody cared. And it was more, Bean Mouth style, which a lot of people don't think of when they think Pixar. It looks like a Cartoon Network show, and it wasn't really promoted that well either, to be honest. And plus, families are, look, they're gun shy, especially with Pixar now. They're like, I mean, they had to walk back some of the activist talking points. I'll be nice about it. The activist talking points in Inside Out 2 to make the movie more palatable for general audiences. And apparently, if the director had it his way with Elio, it would have been Elio and drag and Elio's fashion show and Elio's like super duper out there. And
you mean like fucking Steven Universe? Steven Universe the movie, to a degree. I see. That's what the director wanted? The fuck? Can kids just be kids? Can you just leave them the fuck alone? Let them be kids.
Brightro Glows says basically.
Holy shit. And they got Bean Mouth, so like that proves right there. It was like Steven Universe but Disney.
Queer Eye for the space guy. I don't know. But they had to rein that in too. And then the movie just wound up being meh. But my wife liked that one. She went to go see that with my daughter. And so it was okay. It was pretty good. But it just, it just didn't resonate with people. People are very choosy about what they watch. And I don't think it's just Disney Plus. Given the quality of the Marvel Disney Plus output, and it's been incredibly mediocre, it's dragged the entire brand down and diluted its creative, said a producer with franchise experience. People don't care now. I'm going to zoom in on that. People don't care now about Marvel. They don't care now about Disney. And we're seeing it even in our views on this kind of stuff. Like, part of the reason that we've pivoted to talking about other stuff is that nobody cares about Disney. Nobody cares about Marvel. Nobody cares about Star Wars or Pixar other than to point and laugh at them. Because they've done it to themselves. They've devalued their own brand. Nobody cares about comic books, even if comic books are getting better. Nobody gives a shit. They don't want to watch a video about it. Okay, so this comic sucks less than it did 5 years ago. Whatever.
Whatever.
Don't give a fuck. That's just it.
That's where what you have cultivated. You have cultivated a behavior that people are just kind of like. It's like you're known for taking my cookies, right? But I give you a crumb of what my cookies used to be. I'm like, oh, you gave me half my Oreo? Okay, whatever, fuck you. I want my whole Oreo, not the half of it, or the cream that's in the middle of it. I just want my fucking Oreos. But you won't give it back to me, so fuck you. I'm gonna go somewhere else. That's pretty much what that is. So you have yes, but see, the diverseness comes in as comics, but because it comes genuine. The other one weighs its finger at you. The other one does not. That's the difference. I can watch, let's use an example. I can watch probably like that, what's that one anime? That Yuri, that Yuri on Ice, I think it was called, Yuri on Ice, can probably be very good. Whether they have people who have diverse orientation, because it comes off very genuine and written genuine. It doesn't try to push something that's like, I kind of saw that calling a mile away type nonsense.
People move on. They move on to other things.
You can genuinely feel when you watch an anime whether a character, like perfect example. I can use this example. Perfect. I think everyone's seen this. That one character from One Piece, that really weird duck guy. I'm pretty sure he's on that. He's kind of queer. He was in the prison with Luffy, and he sacrificed himself for Luffy to get to his brother, and that's one of the saddest moments in that show. One of the saddest moments. I wanted to cry. Yeah, Bonclave. I wanted to cry for that dude. He was one of the coolest characters, even though I may not identify with him with on his orientation, I can at least see him as a character. You know what I'm saying? He's not wagging his finger at me on how I should think. You know what I'm saying? He's being himself. And that's the best thing you can be, is be yourself. Not telling me how to think or what I should believe. He's just being himself. And his sacrifice, if you ask any One Piece fan right now, no matter what their thing, they'll say his sacrifice was one of the like saddest moments in like One Piece ever. So Ivan is also a very dumb character as well. Avelkia? Who's that one? Which character is that? Describe that character, that name. Type of trope. What character is that? You guys, I forgot which character is that one.
And they moved on from Disney. That these once beloved properties are landing with a meh for audiences now suggests there is a potential long-term cost to the strategy of driving a fire hose of content to retain Disney Plus subscribers.
That one too. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yes. Yes, I know who you're talking about. I never really bothered to know his name. I just knew who you're talking. I knew the character, but I forgot the name. I can never remember the name.
People would be okay if every show was good. The shows are shit. It's not just too much. It's the shows were garbage for the most part. But the damage was done even before Disney Plus. To Star Wars, The Last Jedi destroyed Star Wars. It absolutely destroyed. And we can argue whether or not the movie was good and it had artistic merit and vision and blah blah blah. Rian Johnson's
I can use another character as a perfect example. I don't think this character is on that orientation shit. I think it's misconstrued as as it is. It is what's her face from Wano, the one who pretends to be Odin. Everyone kept on saying she's transcoded, but she's not. She's been stuck on an island for all her life, and she always wanted to leave the island but couldn't. And she found that individual very inspiring.
Brightro Glows says Yamato.
Yamato, so much so that she wanted to be exactly like that person. It had nothing about them being a man or anything like that. She just wanted to be. She was so inspired by that person. She didn't know how to I can't say it. Manage and how to do that in a healthy way. So much so that she's running up on the man's son, saying that I'm his father. That's how far I knew that it had nothing to do with them being trans. You know what I'm saying? That had nothing to be them being trans. That had to do with them having a obsession. There are two different things. To the point that she told the man's son that it's him. And everyone's looking like, you are not my dad. That told me that she was not on that shit. She has a obsession. The obsession is taking a mistake as some type of transcoded thing. It was not. Even the fucking we call it the creator Oda said she is 100% a female. She is 100% female. She's just thinking that she's someone else. She's not even trying to be a man. She's just trying to be Odin. Those are two different things. She never actually identifies as a man. She identifies as Odin. That's a whole different ball game. That's an obsession, unhealthy obsession that goes off like, I want to say call it mental illness, but like unchecked unhealthiness of like it's just unchecked unhealthiness on a session. That's pretty much what that was. And they even said in the show when she was a child in a flashback that they was referring to her as the princess in one of the flashbacks when she was on punishment, and one of the soldiers gave her, I think, food because she was not allowed to eat or something, and she was in the little prison that Kaido put her in when she was acting out, or a case may be. So yeah.
Yes, whatever. With the general public.
But the reason why I'm bringing her up because she comes off as genuine. She has a genuine obsession with him, and that's why I don't feel like she is like either transcoded or she's like trying to push a narrative. No, I think she was literally obsessed with someone who she found so inspiring that she wanted to be, and it came off genuine that she actually told the man's son that she's his father. Which was funny but sad at the same time. That's how lonely she truly was. and it makes sense. So,
The Last Jedi fucked the franchise beyond hope, and they had a glimmer of that. They had one chance to save it with The Mandalorian, and then they fucked that up too. So it's them. I mean,
now compare that attitude and obsession to someone like Ellie from The Last of Us. You can feel a stark difference in genuineness on that, and it doesn't feel real.
Amazing. People actually came back for The Mandalorian. I didn't right away. I waited until it was out for a couple of weeks, and then I finally dipped back in. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll try it, whatever. And I was like, oh, this actually feels kind of like Star Wars. Oh my God, look at that. And then they fucked it up with the Gina Carano situation, and then using episodes as like, backdoor pilots. And then season 3 was just a disaster. Again, I don't know how many people are going to come to the Mandalorian movie. If that's what they're betting on to course correct Star Wars, I don't think it's going to go the way they think it's going to go. That was the best part of The Last Jedi. That line, there were some good scenes in that movie, just the movie itself was shit. But there are some good scenes and good cinematography. It was a good looking movie. It really was. As Disney Plus's shows have landed with subsequently less and less buzz, subscribers are starting to see the service as less of a must-have. In the first quarter, Disney Plus lost 700,000 subscribers, the first time it saw a decline, although it was partly attributed to price hikes. Yeah, that'll do it too. I mean, people can't afford luxury items. And look, you go buy a $200 TV from Walmart and it's got Roku built in and you can watch whatever the hell you want. Even if it's a couple of years old, it's probably new to you. There's so much stuff out there. No human being can watch every show ever made, play every video game ever made, read every comic book ever made. It's going to be new to you at some point. Hell, I don't get a lot of time to just sit down and play video games like I used to. So
what causes this issue per se with the whole why most Western shows don't feel very genuine is because there is a quota they have to meet, right? Like, I don't think in anime they have a quota to meet. They have a deadline, but I don't think they have a essential character that they have to meet type situation where some person has to be on the queer side, someone has to be straight, someone has to be identifying as something, someone has to be a very old person, someone has to be this, someone has to be this age. No, when you watch an anime or read an anime manga, it's whatever you're getting is what you get. There's no expectation of someone being on a certain orientation or someone a certain age or someone a certain race or expectation. It's just story, designed well characters, and personalities. Those are the 3 things you get from anime. If the story is shit, hopefully the characters makes up for the shit story. When I say shit story, I'm talking something super simplistic and not that fun. I mean, not that, different. And the designs are good. Or the characters may not be all that likable, but maybe the designs are cool and the story makes up for their horrible personalities. That usually doesn't go well still, but that is a possibility. Slice of life stuff, or if it's an isekai, which is gonna be super generic, the story might be ass. That's one. The character design is gonna be probably ass, but the personalities might make up for it. So you never really know. Or JJK, like, it depends. It really depends. Because, like, I don't think there's a single character on JJK that has a certain orientation, unless I can't think of one, per se, or outright said they're a certain orientation, or they identify as something. I can't think of a character, maybe you can tell me, but I can't think of any, per se. Or they outright make it their personality to be that orientation, that's it. There's nothing more to their character other than that. You know what I'm saying? That's where that problem comes from. And with Western writing, there is a quota they have to meet on virtually every show, movie, and even video game these days. So that's where this issue comes in. So even if the comic books ends up being good, it's too much history of that shit happening where I might check it out, but don't expect me to go
Brightro
crazy
Close
over it.
says that's later on.
That's later on? Okay. It's like J-pop band. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
To me, I've got like, oh, here's this, JRPG I got for Christmas 5 years ago. It's still shrink wrapped. I'm going to play it now. I need to play a Neo Fantasian. I think it's still shrink wrap from Christmas. I haven't had time to play it. Disney's brand's taking a hit. According to Brand Finance, which tracks the brand value of top global companies, the value of the Disney name fell 5.6% to $46.72 billion from a year earlier. A Disney spokesperson declined to comment. Of course they did. Said Iger's legacy was the launching of Disney Plus and the marketing. The decision to disrupt businesses that are fundamentally working but whose future is in question, intentionally taking on short-term losses in the hopes of generating long-term growth, requires no small amount of courage, he said in The Ride of a Lifetime. He should have noped out. He should have just stayed down. He shouldn't have come back because his legacy is tarnished now, because on his watch, now they can blame Chapek all they want. He was still calling the shots when Chapek was supposedly in charge. So this is all Iger. This is all Iger. All of it. He made some smart acquisitions and then he fumbled them once he bought them. Star Wars was a smart acquisition. Marvel was a smart acquisition, but you have to.
It was a smart acquisition, but it was stupid on his behalf to throw away what George Lucas gave him. George Lucas gave him, I think, a whole, manuscript of the sequel if he was going to do it. Yes, that shit was crazy. He threw away the manuscript, I think it was to the sequel of Star Wars if he was to continue it. He threw it into the trash. He had it and threw it in the trash. As soon as he shaked his hand with what's his face, he threw it away. He said it's not important. And now he's probably regretting that shit. Stupid.
Realize that they're their own thing and not Disney shit. You can't.
Brightro Close says no way.
These properties.
He bragged about that. That shit was crazy to me. Bro, literally. Yeah, he bragged about that. I think it's still somewhere on YouTube somewhere. You can look it up. He said he had the manuscript. He gave it to him. He looked through it. He didn't care for it. Threw it away. Put it in the trash. I think even George Lucas said he put it in the trash too. He didn't give a fuck about it. He told him, if you want to keep this franchise going and you want to do more for it, take this manuscript. It will be the sequel to everything. It will solve your problems. He said, no, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go through it. He's read through it. He didn't think it was all that interesting. Threw it away. Yep.
They said the service started strong. It took off during lockdown when COVID turned the entire industry upside down. Yeah, COVID, everybody's making mad money online. Everybody was, because everybody's locked in their houses. Disney was a lifeline for the entire company. He told you this. Disney Plus was a lifeline for the entire company, which had its theme parks closed and cruise ships grounded. A year after launch, Disney announced it had over 94.9 billion subscribers. It beat its 4-year goal in 14 months. As an economic engine, Disney Plus did what it was supposed to do. But creatively, it would sap the company's brands of their singular oomph. Wow. So we're just talking about different. Damn, it just goes on and on. They said, I think this is hilarious. I think it's hilarious to just look at this and be like, you've destroyed your brand. You've destroyed your company. Next year, we're going to get a new Star Wars movie instead of an original story or continuation of the saga. It'll be an expansion of The Mandalorian. I don't think it's going to go well. I think Starfighter might do okay. Besides the second season of Ahsoka, there are currently no new live-action Star Wars series that have been announced. After years of being bombarded with Star Wars series...
I'm not going to lie. You want to save Star Wars? You want to revamp Star Wars? I don't know much about Star Wars. I'm not even going to play that game. True. But wait. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna declare this right now. I am not a Star Wars fan. I never really got into Star Wars like that. The only time I liked Star Wars is when it was on Cartoon Network with the Jeffrey Tartakovsky run, when the dude who made Samurai Jack was able to make a Star Wars short show. I think it was a short film. I think it was not a film. I think it was like 6 episodes or 7. I think at max. And it was one of the greatest shows I've ever seen. The pacing was amazing. I'm talking the clones. And the pacing was amazing. The action scenes was amazing. General Grievous was a menace, bro. He was a walking menace, bro. Just his whole presence had weight, bro. And I didn't know who he was. I just knew he was like the giant, like he was the giant cyborgish, like monster, like with all the Jedi's sabers. He will take them as trophies. And the way the fight scenes went, bro, I to this day get chills still watching that shit. You can watch that up, I think, on YouTube. It's crazy.
Bright Roclos says the Jedi Slayer.
Yep, I love that whole stuff. I would have been a Star Wars fan if they kept on going with that run, animated wise, on Cartoon Network. I would have been a Star Wars fan. Yep. Nope. It did its thing. It knew what it was and it did its thing. That's one of the greatest things about that run of Star Wars. Correct. And I'm honestly gonna say this, if you want to bring back Star Wars fans, I'm not even saying reboot it. I'm saying, or you can reboot it, right? And start off with Starkiller. Take the Starkiller storyline and start that as a reboot. That would have been perfect. Take the Starkiller from the video game, from Force Unleashed, reboot that completely, whole new universe, everything, and start with Starkiller. You can still have your Darth Vader, all that stuff. Stick to the original trilogy. This is a whole new reboot sequel to this one. The one that we did was just a off worlds, if worlds type thing. That's not canon no more. This is the new canon. This is what we're gonna go with. We're gonna start with Starkiller. That's gonna be crazy to start with, because first we're starting with a potential Sith Lord per se, who's on the dark side. That's gonna be fun, and we get to see him do some crazy, insane stuff from the video game. Come on, dude. How does that not print money? Come on. I'm not even a Star Wars fan. I'm pretty sure that will print money. I'm dead serious. That will print money almost instantly. And take the same dude who played and voiced Starkiller to play Starkiller. He's still alive, and he still looks like his 3D counterpart. He's good at playing villains anyway, so why not? Makes sense. Stupid. Stupid. But they don't think that through. They have these stupid people making these choices. They don't like the franchise. Yep. I played the demo back when I was in it was in 09. I think it was 09, and then I think the second one came out in... Are you talking about the Starkiller one, or are you talking about something different?
On Disney Plus,
I think that came out in 09. I think the sequel came out in 2013 or 2012.
Special game? No, I don't think so. Then they're talking the MCU is the same thing. Wow, it's just I'm not going to go into the whole thing here, but you can see the decline in the shows. Ironheart had more than She-Hulk, really?
Well, it's not.
Wow.
Well,
that's kind of nuts to look at. So there have been a handful of hit Marvels.
Well, even if Ironheart had more than She-Hulk, it kind of makes sense. At least it's not a slice of life show. Slice of life shows don't really last all that long or do that well. Even whether it's an anime or a Western show, a lot of slice of lives don't really, do a lot. Oh, okay. I got you.
Studios on Disney Plus. WandaVision was, because it was the first one. And actually, I think it was done fairly well, and they actually did use that to turn Scarlet Witch into her comic book counterpart. But yeah, it was, They said Agatha all along racked up 744 minutes, plus Loki. Ironheart supposedly garnered just 560. God, they're admitting that Ironheart was a failure too. The chilling effect these shows have extended to the films, with Captain America Brave New World and Thunderbolts both underperforming. Deadpool and Wolverine and the Fantastic Four have performed well because they're so detached from the rest of the MCU. But even Fantastic Four is showing cracks with this drastic drop-off at the box office in its second weekend. Are we allowed to say that? Are we allowed to say that now? Because everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it now. Even Polygon. Fantastic Four's big box office drop reveals a critical Marvel problem. Recent Marvel movies are setting up Avengers Doomsday, but interest seems low. They're talking about Pixar. God, they're really just eviscerating Disney in this point. Lightyear was a huge failure. Elio was a huge failure. Failure. The Survivors. Not every Disney brand. Okay, finally get some good news. Not every Disney brand has taken a huge hit. The service used to have a robust lineup of original movies: Lady and the Tramp, Hocus Pocus 2, which sucked, Home Sweet Home Alone, which sucked. None of these films encroached on any of its brands. If there had been a new live-action adaptation of a beloved Disney animated movie appearing on Disney Plus, it might have bitten into that business, but they knew from the beginning that less was more. They should do it. They should handle it like they handled Disney Plus or the Disney Channel, right? And do original programming just for Disney Plus that doesn't cross the streams with the theatrical stuff or whatever. They decided to move some projects to theatrical. Moana series became Moana 2. Encanto. I think Lilo and Stitch was actually a Disney Plus thing. Wow. What's next? Walt Disney Studios used to think of projects as brand deposits or brand withdrawals. Okay, guys, I want to just, again, they're not making art. I mean, they are, the people working on the projects are doing the best job they can do, right? All of these projects are about business. I want to be very, very clear. That is the difference between the Disney.
I saw the trailer. I saw the trailer for the Goat movie by what's his name from Stephen Curry. The only complaint I have with it, maybe you can enlighten me. The only complaint I have with it is I don't know if I can call it the main antagonist. I have a feeling that the so-called character that the main character looks up to is going to be somewhat of the main villain. The issue is it a ma'am? Is that a woman? I'm so certain that's a woman.
Brightro Close says lol Stephen Curry.
Stephen Curry. Yeah, Stephen Curry. He has a movie coming out. Is that a woman? Because they claim that character to be a male, but it was voiced by a woman. That threw me off so hard. Unless they misspoke or something like that. That threw me off.
Disney company now and the Disney company of even 20 years ago, 25 years ago. It's all a business transaction. This is how they look at it. This is literally how Disney looks at it.
I am so certain it's
Walt
voiced
Disney
by a
Studios
woman.
used to think of
but
projects
they say it's a
as
man.
brand deposits or brand withdrawals. Fuck your feelings. It's not art. It's product. Some of it's good. Sometimes you have artists working on these projects and they make them good because they put a bit of themselves into it. But a lot of this shit, it's just IP stuff. This is crazy, though. They said the brand withdrawal of Disney Plus is huge. The company seems to be taking the right steps to course correct, chiefly not to put out as much product on the streaming service and re-emphasize the importance of theatrical. There are far fewer new things on the service. Yeah, but people are going to quit because there are far fewer new things. Unlike, you want to talk about fire hose. Netflix is a fire hose. I think the reason it took so long for K-pop Demon Hunters to take off is people had to find it because there's so much stuff on Netflix. It said, just as Encanto found life on Disney Plus.
All right, thank you, hon. We're about to finish anyway. It's already 7:54. So have a great night, hon. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi and stuff. Thank you.
As the platform, as a library of all things Disney.
No. I get that, but remember, Naruto's young boys are usually voiced by women, because young boys sound like women, not women, like little girls, because they haven't hit that puberty thing yet. But I'm saying this is a grown man, and then what's wild to me is the whole Naruto being in his early 30s, late 20s. He still sounds like he's still a kid. That shit threw me off. I'm like, they didn't change his voice actor. I get it, but they didn't at least make him sound older. She just sounds more less loud. That's it. I thought they would, when the Boruto show came out, I thought they was going to change his voice actor to make him sound more older, much older. Because I think in Shippuden he's 17 or something like that. But this time he's in his 30s, so it's I thought that was going to at least change his voice. But I don't know. But everyone in the show sounds exactly the same, so it's not just Naruto. Shikamaru, Kiba, who else? Choji. Everyone sounds exactly the same. That threw me off so hard. It's just weird.
This is how the product was sold in 2019. In a way, this might be the easiest way of rehabilitating the company's brands by reminding people of how good things used to be. That is why.
Actually, I don't even think. When I think of it now, I don't think any boys that are young anime boys, whether in a flashback or a show, is being voiced by a boy. I think majority of the time they're just voiced by women. If I remember right, I don't think how Gumball is voiced by different boys over the years because their voice starts changing. I noticed this with anime, from Killua, Gon, Luffy, fucking I don't know if Usopp was voiced by a girl at when he was a kid in the flashback. Every young boy, whether in flashback or so, the only time it's voiced by a man is when the protagonist is in his teens or his early 20s or in his 30s or so. But when I think of it now, most of the time they're voiced by women. It's the dude from Stranger Things that playing the main character in Goat. No, not the main character. I'm talking about the antagonist, the character, the Puma character. Not the main character. I know that's going by a dude. I'm talking about the main character that looks up to that one character in the show, which I'm pretty sure is going to be the antagonist. It's the Puma-like character that he mentions in the trailer.
And read the whole thing. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but that is why people haven't completely given up on Disney. They haven't completely given up on Disney because they know Disney's capable of doing better. They have done better. I just don't know if Disney is capable of doing better. And this is coming from a guy who used to work with the company, right? I don't know if they're capable of doing better on the watch of the people who are in charge. I'm just saying. I'm going to wrap it up.
I get this. I get it. It was I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get girls into basketball or something like that, or whatever the case may be. But what threw me off is that the character is supposed to be a man. They didn't make it into a female basketball player. They made it into a man voiced by a woman. That's what threw me off. I was like,
Please subscribe. We'll talk later. For more pop culture news, views, and rants, go to news.clownfishtv.com. That's news.clownfishtv.com.
Wouldn't it made more sense if you wanted young girls to watch the movie or get into basketball? Wouldn't you want them to be played by a female, voiced by a female who's whether she's the antagonist or not. That threw me off. Gabrielle Union. Yeah, that throws me off so much. It's supposed to be a man, but it's voiced by a woman, which is really weird because that tells a weird that makes a weird present to young girls. Because if you want them to be like the TV leaking, okay, like if you want young girls to like be inspired to to watch this movie as like a female being represented in like in a way that works in basketball, wouldn't it make sense that it's a female voiced by a female who is a famous basketball player who happens to be a Puma? That would have made more sense. But when you have to like have a woman voice a man who's presented as a man in the show, even though it's a bunch of furries, if you think of it, but presented as a man in the show, acts like a man in the show, but voiced like a woman, it tells them I have to be a man. You know what I'm saying? You see how that's weird? You're kind of like subconsciously tell them for you to be on that level, you have to be like a man. And this is where a lot of like feminists come with this place where they think for them to get ahead, they have to be a man. Like, no. That's where I have a problem with that to a degree. Some weird messaging thing, subconscious messaging. Zootopia. Zootopia. All right. It's 8 o'clock. I think we did a pretty good job on the face and the cheeks. This time I gave the character a nose, per se. Unlike my old V2ing model. Remember, this is, for those who don't know what we're doing the entire time when I was doing the reactions, this whole character model we're doing is based for male and female templates for those who want a V2ing model for the menu. So we have the male and we have the female one. So that's what this is about. So for those who didn't understand why we was even doing this, so there's that. So when we put this on VGen, when we put it on VGen, they can see the difference between them who wants a chibi V-tubing model. You see what you're getting at? See? I'm not crazy. I don't think I'm crazy on that one. Because if I'm going to just write a story with a woman voicing a character, I would just make her into a WNBA player, because that's the whole point. That's why they put like the WNBA into like NBA video games now, because they're trying to get young girls to get into it, which is weird because most women don't watch sports. I'm not saying women don't watch sports, majority of them don't. Yeah, that's, I know, but like the problem is like it's weird that he had a character become a male voiced by a woman in the show if they're trying to get young girls into sports. Would it have made sense to have a WNBA player who's in the movie?
Brightro Close says, do girls even like 2K?
I don't think so. I don't think so. There might be like a good 100,000 of women who likes that, but I don't think it goes past that number. Unlike the millions of men who play 2K. I don't play 2K. I don't really care for it, but then again, I know there's millions of men who will throw their whole lives away for some 2K. Unlike a woman. A woman will not throw their lives away for no 2K. I'm dead serious. Let's just be honest here. I'm not even trying to be mean. That is dead ass true. Men will throw their whole like everything just to get that 2K stats up. And I remember there's one dude who lost. He had like some. Oh yeah, X plays it. Not all my X. Yeah, I'm saying not all, but I'm just saying like maybe a good 100,000 plus, but not that big compared to like men. That number will never be as close to that of men. No, there's more men playing sports games than any woman could. I believe there's more women playing Call of Duty before they play 2K. Yeah, I'm just calling it for what it is. I believe there are more women playing Overwatch, Valorant, and Call of Duty compared to playing 2K, NFL, Tiger Woods golf. That even still exists since he ruined his whole career. And then I'm saying no, or FIFA. I believe there's more dudes playing FIFA than they're playing probably 2K. Yeah, I agree. Okay, at least I'm not crazy. And I don't even play sports video games. I understand that. I understand that very highly. I remember there was like this one creator, I think he was a Twitch streamer, and his girlfriend thought it was funny to delete his 2K account. I think it was 2K. And when he found out she deleted it, what she didn't realize that 2K account was worth, I think, $300,000. I think everyone knows about that. It was fucking crazy. Like, he was so pissed. Oh fuck. Hold on, I gotta turn that back on. Fuck, I didn't do it right. I hate this phone. Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm gonna probably just end it here. I'm gonna get TikTok back in and then we'll end it. Alright, guys, so I'm gonna end it for now. I'll be back on Monday. I don't know if I'm gonna be home tomorrow, so I really doubt it. So if I end up being home tomorrow, we'll play Peak. We won't do no artwork. We won't do no traditional artwork. We'll go straight into play some Peak. I know you guys been waiting on that for a good while. So I'm gonna have a good night. I'm gonna jump off. All that great stuff. And I'm gonna let you guys go. So thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Senji, for coming in and saying hi and just being part of the stream. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Really funny and stuff like that. Being engaging. I appreciate it. See you next time. Take care. Yeah, bro. No problem. No problem, bro. Thank you so much. All right. I'm out, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys in the next one. I do appreciate it. I'll talk to TikTok real quick because they got cut off and all that stuff, but I'm calling you guys off. Later YouTube, later Twitch, later Kick, and later Instagram. Okay, guys.